The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson is absent. Williams here. Weiniger here. Sorry, Weiniger.
I'm here.
It's going to be one of those times.
All right, Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, on to the DCSD Spotlight. I think we have a video.
Okay, good evening, everyone. A lot of work goes into Wish Weeks, and most of the details are planned and implemented by our students. Tonight's school spotlight video features Legend High School's Wish Week, so you can see how the students at Legend and their feeder schools put their hearts into making their week an unforgettable experience for their Wish Kid, Dominic. So we look forward to showing this to you.
We have been planning Wish Week for about 2 months now.
It's awesome. It's really cool to see it finally all coming together, and it's just really cool to honestly be here and be a part of it. It's the moment we have all been waiting for. It is time to meet our Wish Kid for 2024. Dominic's a 6-year-old boy. His favorite colors are pink and purple, and he loves the rainbow. He loves all things Disney. His favorite animal is Mickey Mouse, so that was really cool. And he's just a really charismatic kid. He's funny, he loves to run.
We want him to feel special and just happy and welcome here because he's gonna be here with us all week.
Dominic is a heart kid. He was immediately put on the heart transplant list. About 2 months old, he got a heart transplant. Sorry, this is where I tear up in the story. It failed immediately. So he spent about the first year of his life in heart failure. He was eventually relisted for heart at about 1 year old, and he got his second heart at 14 months. Is obviously doing amazing. He is thriving at 6.5 years old.
This is kind of our first kickoff event, our activity of the week. So we do our wish walk starting at 8, where the community comes, walk around the Legend campus in the morning.
Hey, what's up, Dominic? How you doing?
Good. And then behind me is our feeder school festival.
Now here's 2 of these, and then you're gonna put it at the top right here.
Kids from the community or even our Wish Kid Dominic comes in, a couple tickets to play each game, win some prizes, have some fun.
All of our high schoolers get so excited for this. This is a once-a-year type thing. So when we tell everybody about this drive-in movie, they come out, they show up and buy those tickets, which goes towards our Wish Week, and it's a great opportunity. We really want them to feel loved, like he has a place here at Legend.
As a mom, I have to say my favorite part was just watching Dominic out there interact with everybody and be the amazing kid that he is.
Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything?
This is my first time doing teacher karaoke night. It's been a lot of fun.
You want thingamabobs? I've got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more.
The kids are screaming and cheering. It's so special watching all of our students raise money and work, teaching them to just really go outside of themselves for a greater cause and to make his dreams come true. It's so cool.
everyone come together and just see the amazing things that they were able to do. All the amazing hallways and pods that were decorated with all of the themes that Dominic had mentioned.
We've got one more wish and or presents that we need to give you, Dominic.
Dominic's wish is to go on a Disney cruise.
3, 2, 1.
My wish for Dominic is that in 10 years that he's here at Legend High School, supporting the next Wish family, cheering them on, welcoming them in with open arms, just as everyone here has done for us.
Thank you. We are just so proud of all of our schools for participating in Wish Week. I was just at Chaparral yesterday, and they are knee-deep in Wish Week as well. They have the entire school decorated after Harry Potter. It's amazing. But we just really appreciate the opportunity for our kids to think about giving to others. Thank you.
Great. On to number 5, superintendent reports.
It's a lot of talking. Okay. There is a lot happening in April, and we are working to spotlight all of it on our DCSD social media pages. I won't be able to list everything tonight, but here are a few things we are highlighting this month. First of all, April is Autism Acceptance Month, so we are all wearing our autism pins. Child Abuse Prevention Month and National Occupational Therapy Month. It is also National Assistant Principals Week is this week, so thank you to all of our assistant principals for all that they do. Paraprofessional Appreciation Day is tomorrow, April 3rd, so we thank them as well. National Library Week is April 7th through 13th. National Librarian Day is April 16th. Public School Volunteer Week is April 19th through 23rd. After School Professional Week, when we celebrate our base staff, is April 22nd through 26th. There is a Bus Drivers Day on April 23rd. We are very appreciative. And the Administrative Professionals Day is on April 24th. So a lot of people being recognized in April. As you all know, our annual Apple Awards Gala took place this past weekend. And as usual, it was absolutely incredible. We had record attendance, somewhere around 750 were able to attend the Apple Awards. I want to thank the Foundation for Douglas County Schools once again for hosting such a beautiful and meaningful evening. And I want to congratulate our 2024 Apple Award winners. We will be sharing videos about the winners and highlighting each one with our community this week. The DCSD Art Exhibition starts this month at Legacy Campus. This exhibit is a great opportunity to highlight the incredibly talented young artists we have here in DCSD. The middle and high school exhibition is April 19th through 24th. The elementary exhibition is April 27th through May 2nd. For more information, please visit our website. It is also that time of year where we are entering state testing season. So some of our schools have already begun administering the CMAS test, and others will be in coming days and weeks. Recently, we have been celebrating the fact that for the first time in a decade, DCSD is the top scoring district in the Denver metro area. In addition, we are, as you all know, we are very close to getting accredited with distinction that we are hoping to get next year. Data from state testing is the way that we show these points of pride. So just to everyone in our community, these tests are important for our students and our teachers, as it helps us understand where our students are academically, how our schools are performing, and where we can focus our efforts to improve. So I really encourage our parents and guardians to have their students participate in the tests that are coming up this month. And I also know there were certainly times when my own kids did not want to participate in the tests. I definitely heard the middle school, but Mom, no one else is taking the test. And my response was always, suck it up. So anyway, we really encourage everyone to participate so that we can better serve our kids and our community. And I also want to thank our schools. This is getting through state testing month is really, really challenging. And as I've been in schools this week, they're doing some really innovative things. One school, everyone was in sweats, and the theme was "Don't Sweat the Test." It was really cute. The next Parent University webinar is scheduled for tomorrow, April 3rd at 5:30. The topic is the role of child find assessments for our preschool age students. Christina Howery, the school psychologist, and Mary Beth Carr, occupational therapist, will lead this webinar. We really encourage our parents to participate. And as a parent whose child benefited from Child Find, I cannot encourage that enough. The Daniels Fund released the names of their 2024 scholarship winners. I'm really excited to share that 6 of the scholarship recipients are from DCSD high schools. This is an incredibly prestigious scholarship, and this may be the highest ever number of scholarships awarded to DCSD students in 1 year. The winning students were selected for strength of character, leadership potential, commitment to serving the community, and academic potential. This is a huge accomplishment. Congratulations to these outstanding students. Caleb Sees from Thunder Ridge High School, Ryan Gromer from Chaparral High School, Colette Johnson from Legend High School, Kara Sheenan from Ponderosa High School, Kayla Stutz from Chaparral High School, and Brianna West from Thunder Ridge High School. Congratulations. The Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee wants to thank everyone for supporting its annual Shining Star recognition. This very much fills everyone's heart. I want to just go through the 15 shining stars that were recognized. These are folks that work with our students with special needs. And my watch is talking, sorry. Becky Archon from Ben Franklin Academy, Brianna Arnold from Castle Rock Elementary, Shannon Howarth from Castle Rock Middle School, Chuck Kramer from Castle Rock Middle School, Kimberly Hybert from Castle Rock Middle School, Jennifer Dorr from Cimarron Middle School, Abby Butcher from Vale, Marcy Salter from Mammoth Heights Elementary, Chris Henning from Mesa Middle School, Shawnette Maidens, a bus driver, Kristen Arker, Rock Canyon High School, Julie Peterson, Rock Canyon High School, Melissa Campbell, Sand Creek Elementary, Liz Smith, Sand Creek Elementary, and Harold Anderson from Sedalia. Congratulations, and thank you for all that you guys do for our kids. Franktown Elementary and Redstone Elementary Schools have both been certified as RAMP certification schools by the National Association of School Counselors. This is a very, very hard designation to get, and we are very proud of these schools for all of the work that they've gone through to get this designation. We will be recognizing them at the next board meeting. The academic calendar survey window closed this past Sunday, and we had nearly 11,000 participants. As you all know, this is the #1 participated in survey that this district gives out pretty much by a factor of 10. We greatly appreciate our community taking the time to provide their feedback, and we will be bringing more information to the board at a future meeting. Invitations have been sent for our DCSD retirement ceremony, which is taking place the evening of May 1st at the Legacy campus. I hope many of you can make it. We are in the process of mailing out a summarized annual report to our community. I provided a copy for our board members, which again thanks our voters for saying yes to the mill levy override in November and outlines how our voters' dollars are being spent, not just 5A, but their dollars in general. I think it's really important to communicate with our taxpayers who are our investors of our school district at least once a year to tell them what their return on investment is looking like and how their hard-earned dollars are being used. We are also inviting our community to the State of DCSD event, which is taking place on Thursday, May 2nd at 6 p.m. at the Legacy campus. We have room for lots, and we would love to have our community come join us. The event will also be live streamed. As part of that event, we will be celebrating our schools who received state awards, so in a bigger venue than just a board meeting, such as the John Irwin Award of Excellence and the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award during this event. So I certainly hope that all of you can attend and you have a copy of that mailer. Employee benefits open enrollment begins this month, starting on April 22nd for implementation next school year. The benefits team will be available to work with our employees during this process, and more information will be coming soon. And that is it for tonight's updates. Oh.
Great. Moving into number 6, the acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the board approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. All right, moving into our study session, number 7, artificial intelligence.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to present. As you know, artificial intelligence is something that we are working on as a district to really look at the implications for our students and how we as a system need to adjust to make sure that our kids are ready for the workforce as they will see it. The workforce is actually generally ahead of education in this regard, so we will be talking about some of those implications. Mark Blair, our Chief Technology Officer, and Steve Colella, Chief of Staff, will be heading up the AI task force. They both know more than I do, but we're still going to give it a go for a few minutes here, and they each have a part as well. All right, so we're going to start with something fun. This is a song that was generated using AI. It took me 20 seconds. It took me 20 seconds and 1 sentence to create this song for all of you. It's only a minute, but it's pretty fun.
In a house where the future thrives and the stars shining bright at night, leading the way, breaking down the walls with DCSD standing tall. Proud to be a family united, education, our passion ignited from the classrooms to the field so green. With DCSD, living our dream. Proud to be DCSD, proud and free. A community that's filled with endless possibilities. The leaders of tomorrow making history. Proud to be DCSD, that's our legacy.
Notice you want to get up and dance? Thank you.
In a house.
We can, all right, so I wanted to just give you all that demonstration to just show you the power of AI. It took me 1 sentence and seconds to create, to have AI generate a song, an artist, all of it. It's just an absolute change in the way we do everything, and it's something that we really need to consider because the implications are far and wide. I could have done a video of all 7 of you singing to that song, but I thought that might freak you out a little bit, so I decided not to do that. You're so welcome. Okay, so first we're just going to play a little bit, and I know some of you already are very proficient at ChatGPT, and for some of you it's brand new. So I just thought we could go through a little exercise, and for those of you who are listening, it only takes a few seconds to set up a free account with ChatGPT. You can just Google ChatGPT and use your email to set up a free account. They don't even spam you. At least I haven't received any spam email yet from that. Okay, so are all of you in ChatGPT? Okay, put it on your browser. All right, and all it really has is at the bottom, there is a dialog box where you can type text in. You guys all see that at the very bottom? All right, so I'm gonna have you try this. Type something to the effect of, it doesn't have to be exactly this, but give me a writing prompt that AI cannot answer. So just, all of you just type that in real quick or something like it. And then I'm going to have a couple of you tell me what it gave you. Would anyone like to share? Or are you all getting a result? Sure, I should check in. All right, I should let President Williams dictate who talks.
Well, one that strikes me, and I played with this earlier, is highly specialized expertise. As an attorney, I played with this today, and it got legal questions about 85% right, which is enough to get you disbarred.
Yeah.
So, that's part of it, is that it cannot know the details about very important things.
Yeah, we will definitely talk through that once we kind of get done playing a little bit. Yes.
Mine says, describe a vivid childhood memory that shaped your understanding of the world and your place within it.
All right. Did anyone get something different from that? Director Moore?
Describe the taste of an indescribable flavor that can only be experienced through a mystical potion brewed by ancient alchemists.
Look at that. Now, we are going to demonstrate what Director Geiger just talked about. So I am going to have you all copy your prompt. So whatever it gave you, you can click on it and do a copy. Everyone got it copied? Just copy the text from the prompt. Okay, on the upper left of your window is start a new chat. So go ahead and start a new chat. So when you start a new chat, it doesn't remember anything from the last chat. And put your prompt in and let's see. It just told you this is a prompt that AI can't answer. So put your prompt in and let's see what happens. Would anyone like to share maybe just the first 2 sentences? You're still reading. The taste.
All right, well, you say the first 2 sentences?
Just first couple sentences.
All right. The taste of a mystical potion let's see. Hold on a second. The taste of the mystical potion concocted by ancient alchemists transcends the boundaries of ordinary sensory experience, weaving together a tapestry of sensations that defy conventional description. As it touches the tongue, it evokes a symphony of flavors, each one elusive yet captivating.
Very good.
Wow.
Very good.
I didn't realize I was that smart.
Now, you just gave it a prompt that it told you AI can't answer, and there's an answer. So to Director Geiger's point, ChatGPT is generative, so it often makes things up. Okay, we did that. So now, just to give you a couple little things to look at, consider asking ChatGPT to write a lesson plan. So you can fill in skill, grade, and interest in anything you want. I did write a lesson plan to teach the quadratic formula to a 4th grader who loves Taylor Swift. And so that was the one that I did. So put in something maybe for your own child. It could be math. It can be whatever kind of skill you'd like them to learn. Is everyone getting a detailed lesson plan? Think about the implications for educator time. Yeah, no, it's very detailed. And the more your information is in your prompt, the more information it could give you. You could upload a spreadsheet of all of your students and their interest, and it can do personalized lesson plans for everyone. A lot of amazing, amazing things. A lot of amazing potential. You can do this one if you want, but I will tell you, I did this one. I have a daughter, as you guys know, who was on an IEP for most of her journey through K-12. And so I had ChatGPT write IEP goals for my daughter when she was a 3rd grader. And I listed her disabilities. I also listed her reading level at that time. And I hit go. And the IEP goals were high quality IEP goals. This is something educators spend endless time on. And as Director Geiger pointed out, going to be decent 80% of the time and really bad 20% of the time. So you still have to look at it and make sure it's exactly what you want. You can't just let it do everything for you, but it certainly is a time saver in a million different ways. Okay, so I just thought I would get a couple of you to tell me kind of your observations or what you're thinking about the possibilities as we kind of explored it a little bit. Anyone want to jump in?
Well, the skeptic in me just goes right to the abuse part, how it could be misused to manipulate and, get away with something you shouldn't.
Very good.
Yeah, I think that was mine. I think it could be super helpful in a lot of scenarios, but then also kind of makes it perhaps easier for students who were like myself and like to procrastinate and, put something together last minute and then just go doctor it to make it sound like themselves.
Very good. Anyone else want to make an observation?
Director Geiger.
First of all, for our educators, this is, why reinvent the wheel? I mean, if I put in, do a lesson plan for sixth graders on economic theory. And that's obviously been done 10,000 times. And to do that through Google, you'd have to sort through a dozen websites and search. And this gave you one that would teach me economic theory. It's an amazing tool. And again, I understand the dangers of cheating on it. Lawyers have been disbarred for using AI to write briefs. But for our educators to talk to our specialists on special ed, this just takes away the drudgery and allows you to be creative. This is going to be how this is going to get done in the future. There's no good educator's going to be good enough without understanding AI.
Perfect. That is a perfect intro into my next slide. This is my own take on the quote, but I very much like this quote. AI won't replace humans, but humans who can leverage AI will replace humans who cannot leverage AI. That one quote tells us a lot about what we need to know for our kids. Our kids need to go into the workforce understanding this technology, understanding how to leverage it, understanding the guardrails, the ethics, all the different pieces. But some districts across the country have banned ChatGPT or done various things like that. And I would argue that they are not doing their kids any favors. Because this is what our kids need to know how to do. They need to know how to use it well. It isn't magic. And Mark will talk a little bit about how it actually works and what some cautions. But so you guys came up with a lot of these. AI presents incredible opportunities and risks, both. The opportunities for students, personalized learning, tutoring, learning to write, all kinds of things. Teachers, districts who have really been on the bleeding edge of this estimate that their teachers have gotten back 5 hours a week, can create rubrics, can grade papers. It can do many, many things that give students meaningful feedback that would have taken a really long time. The workforce has actually adopted AI at a pretty fast pace. They have been forced to due to the labor shortages that they've experienced. So they've had to find ways to use this technology to make sure that they can survive in a labor shortage. And now they are demanding that education adapts. Risks, of course, plagiarism, privacy, writing skills. What are foundational writing skills, right? Makes us think about that a little bit. False information, bias, deep fakes. Those are all the risks. So the key is to maximize the opportunity while mitigating the risks. And Mr. Blair found this image, and I love it. This is elementary math teachers protesting calculator use, right? When the calculator came out, everyone said, kids will not be able to do math anymore. This is the most terrible thing ever, and we should ban it because kids will not know how to do their math facts anymore. And it turns out that calculators enabled kids to go so much deeper into mathematics than really they were able to before. And I think that, it's important to kind of remember that. We thought math was dead for kids, for a calculator, and here we are.
My teacher always said, remember, you won't always have a calculator with you.
And that's funny. That's funny. That's very funny. Actually, my daughter just texted me that she forgot a calculator and was not allowed to use the one on her phone for her econ test. And she still got a 95 because she does know how to do her math facts. She said it was just a little slower. Okay, so opportunities for students that this presents. Personalized learning. Think about the personalized learning. You could upload a spreadsheet explaining, there are many, ChatGPT is just one application. There are many, many, many different tools. You can upload a spreadsheet with all of your kids with their personal interests, their reading levels, and you could generate lessons and homework and different things that are tuned to their needs and their interests. An enhanced learning environment, interactive learning tools. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. The implications for STEM education, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, and most importantly, workforce preparation. Opportunities for teachers and staff, personalized instruction, professional development, time-saving tools. As I said, the estimate is about 5 hours a week. Data-driven decision-making, accessibility and inclusion of all students, collaborative learning communities, innovative teaching strategies, and admin support. So there's now an application that sits on top of AI, and those in high schools will understand, that could actually figure out your master schedule. The master schedule is the most complicated thing that high schools have to do, right? What classes do the kids want? When are we going to teach them? Who's going to teach them? Figuring all of that out takes a lot of spreadsheets, or some people are still using old-fashioned whiteboards where they're moving stuff around. There are now tools that could come up with our entire transportation schedule, as another example, that's optimized perfectly. So McKinsey & Company is a research organization, a very well-known research organization. And they've recently, over the last few years, done significant research on workforce readiness. And they've looked at workforce readiness through the lens of the workforce that our kids will be going into. And their latest research lists what we would know of as the essential skills, but it is more modernized for what our kids will be walking into, falling into 4 categories: cognitive, interpersonal, self-leadership, and digital, and really kind of breaking those skills down. This research was done based on talking to people in the workforce, talking to businesses, talking to all of those places that our kids are going to go work. This is what they are demanding and what they need kids to come out of school with, and what they feel kids do not have when they are coming out of school. And like I said, it's a very sound research, national research. So this is something that we are looking at carefully. I'm going to have CTO Blair talk a little bit about how this technology works. It's actually not magic. It's not data from Star Trek, but it is very interesting. Mr. Blair.
Great, thank you all. So I'm going to try not to nerd out too much because this is super cool, super fun stuff. I could talk for hours on it, but I'll just give you a general overview of it. So these tools are all called generative AI because they are creating something, they're generating something. So the first couple groups that came out about a year and a half ago were text generating, so ChatGPT, Gemini Bard, Claude, and MS Copilot are some names you might be familiar with. And then image generating tools, DALL-E, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, to create images and things like that. There are now tools, as Superintendent Kane showed, that can create audio for you and create music. There are soon to be, right around the corner, tools that will create video and animation for you that will blow your mind. The demos that are out there will blow your mind. It's pretty incredible stuff that's out there. And yeah, there's a little fear factor when you look at the quality of this stuff, yeah. But there's some amazing things that it can do, especially when we think about differentiating for some of our student populations and things like that, the content, speaking in foreign languages to those kids to help them bridge the gap. Super, super powerful. This graph represents how big the brain is of some of these tools. So ChatGPT 3.5 is kind of in the middle there, and it had 175 billion parameters. A parameter in a GPT brain is like a pathway. It helps make connections between information. So the more pathways that it has, the more it can think, and the deeper it can think, and the more descriptive of a response it can give back to you. So having a larger brain gives you better results. ChatGPT 4 is now up to 1.7 trillion parameters. Claude just came out with version 3. It's at 2 million parameters. So 2 billion. So they are constantly upgrading and growing. To give you a sense of scale, 1.7 trillion seconds is almost 54,000 years. That is a long time. That's a lot of stuff that it's thinking about and able to process to give you a result super rapidly. That's why it can generate a song with a rhythm and lyrics and a voice all in about 20 seconds, because it's got a super huge brain that can connect all that very rapidly. All that rapidity on the back end takes a lot of compute. So you need high-end computers. That's why there's a cost to use some of these, because of the compute power on the back end. Some of the smaller models down here are small enough that you can run it on your phone. And it can run locally on your phone, and you don't have to transmit data over the wire or wirelessly. It's gonna run locally on your phone. So some of these are available right now on Google Android phones. Apple is working on their model, which may be soon released, to run directly on your phone. So it's gonna take Siri to a whole new level. When you ask it questions and things like that. It'll give you much more complex answers instead of, I'm not sure what you're talking about. That's usually the answer you get, or at least the one I get, and it's super frustrating. So some of the image generating tools that I think are super fun. This one's called Playground AI, and then there's another one I'll show you here in just a second. But they give you a lot of different parameters to play with and things like that, and how big do you want the image, what style do you want it to be photorealistic, do you want it to be an oil painting, watercolor, whatever you want. You can pick all of these different styles and libraries and things like that. One of them in here is called Playtoon, and it'll make your picture look like it's a Pixar cartoon. And so you can have it create illustrations for you, those types of things. Leonardo AI does a similar type of a thing. You can see some of the dials on the side. Those are some of the ways that you can adjust some of those parameters that are in its brain, so you can get higher quality, lower quality, different features. You can pick some of the different style libraries within that to create the different imagery that you need. But this is super powerful. There are tools out there right now that you can say, create a presentation about X. It will create the whole presentation, all of the graphics, all of the words, build it all for you. I would not take any of it at face value. This is an assistant. This is something to help draft everything for you, and then you need to proofread and make sure that it's factual and accurate before you present it, because that is a big risk, and some people don't. They just throw it right out there, and they pay some consequences sometimes and look foolish. So. These are what some of the tools look like. So ChatGPT, as you guys have seen, at the bottom there's a little clipboard icon. You can give it a thumbs up, thumbs down. You can say regenerate response. One of the regenerating response that I use a lot is add more empathy. And it will add empathy to the response that it gives you. So if you're drafting emails and things like that, sometimes I'm not the most empathetic because I'm an IT guy and I'm very black and white and I need some more empathy in it. So it helps me do that. Again, I draft it, it polishes it, and we move on. Gemini, which is Google's tool, does some of the same type of things, but you can make it longer, shorter, more professional, more casual. You can export it straight to Google Docs. You can export it straight as a draft in Gmail. These are currently not available in our district Google accounts right now. They're still working on their enterprise solutions, but you can on your public Google account play with some of these in a lab space, which is pretty exciting. All right, I think it's back to you, my friend.
Thank you. And just a couple of quick things about this technology and Mr. Blair, please correct me if I'm wrong, but fundamentally how this technology works is it's based on probabilities. So at the simplest level, when a sentence is written and you're seeing your autocorrect or your auto text on your phone as you type an email, it anticipates what the next word is that you're going to type. So there's a probability that this word follows this word, that sort of thing. Significantly more complex, and it has access to all of the information on the internet. So all of the information on the internet, the good, the bad, and the ugly, is all part of the knowledge base. And then the application has to do with really, really complex probabilities. So it's not actually thinking, it's running an extremely complex probability-based algorithm that, as Mr. Blair said, is incredibly, incredibly complex, but it isn't thinking, so it's not like data on Star Trek or anything like that. But it is absolutely fascinating technology. Just like anything else, garbage in, garbage out. So you have to think about all the things that are out there on the internet and that are being just assumed as true or whatever. So looking back at say the lesson planning. Now, are we certain that the lesson plan is a high quality lesson plan with rigor and with all the things we need? So there is a lot that we still have to be able to check, edit, use our reason. And so these are some of the skills that the workforce is demanding. There's a new profession just created called prompt engineers, because it's all about what you ask and how you ask it and what information you provide in terms of you being able to get the desired outcome. And there's definitely a science and an art to how you put a prompt in and what exactly you're asking. It's just amazing, amazing technologies. So for us, for DCSD, we are in the exploration stage with AI. We very much want to be at the forefront of AI adoption in school districts. And the three of us, and many of us have done lots and lots of research. I've been to a number of conferences, and actually the three of us will be going to an AI-specific conference in a couple of weeks here. So we are trying to make sure that we're listening to all of the forward-thinking minds and researchers about the implications for what this looks like in a school district. We have also engaged our school leaders in this discussion, and they are so excited. All of us are excited, as you're doing with your board ends, that we are able to actually, as a system, really be thinking forward and be thinking about what the next 10 years hold for our kids. I think this is the most exciting time to be in education ever, because we are on the forefront of something amazing. We are exploring a district partnership with Khan Academy. So Khan Academy is a very well-known brand. It's Khan Academy is a nonprofit. They are known for videos. They have lots and lots of videos teaching kids every subject, standard, everything you can possibly imagine, and they are all available free of charge. Many of our teachers use Khan Academy videos throughout our system. They've done a lot of work around teaching standards and looking at flipped classrooms. Khan Academy is not a fly-by-the-night kind of organization. So one of the ways we're going to dip our toe into this technology is using Khan Academy has created a surface level for AI called Khanmingo. And Khanmingo provides the guardrails that we need for our kids in terms of privacy, cheating, all the stuff. It provides guardrails for our students, and it's an incredibly powerful tool for our teachers. And before I show you some screenshots from Khanmingo, I just want to tell you where they are heading. So for writing, for example, this of course is terrifying to a lot of language arts teachers who think, and I believe President Williams, you brought this up, like I can just go ask ChatGPT to write me an essay on The Great Gatsby and the implications of the relationship between two characters or whatever, and it'll spit out something amazing and something that's unique. There's no great way to tell that it was plagiarized necessarily. And so those kinds of things can potentially make it challenging to teach kids. What Khanmingo is creating is a sandbox for kids to learn in. So Kids will have their writing sandbox where they are following the writing process, such as researching, outlining, rough drafting, all of those things, and the teacher has full visibility into where everyone is in that process, how much time they've spent at each stage of the process. Conmingo can tell the teacher if they think someone's stuck, if it thinks someone's stuck, or if it thinks that someone, weird, wrote their outline in 4 seconds. So it allows a framework for our kids to be able to learn those fundamental skills within the framework of AI. And of course, it's also giving kids really meaningful feedback. That is just one example of something that Conmingo will be able to do. It is a very, very new this is all a very new technology. Very, very new technology. And so what we are looking to do is pilot Conmingo in a few of our schools. You can imagine when we had Khan Academy come out and demo Conmingo for our district leaders. The number of people raising their hands that wanted to pilot this was amazing. So we are going to narrow down so that we can have some pilot schools that are really ready to take this bull by the horns, and we'll be able to see kind of what the implications are going to be. And it's going to be messy because this is new technology. So here's a little bit about Conmingo. I don't even know where to start. So let's see. On the student, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. On the student side, first and foremost, it has complete student privacy. So there's no, it's its own layer that does not send information back out to the internet. So it has a great privacy and safety layer. So it's like laying, what did he say, a security blanket on top of OpenAI. Students can use it for personalized tutoring. So let's say a student is working through a problem. They can type in, give me the answer for, 2x plus 10 equals 0 or whatever. And Conmingo will actually come back and say, well, I'm not going to give you the answer, but why don't you tell me where you think we should start? And really walks the student through that process of learning different things the way that a tutor would. Let's break this down. And the student can say things like, I don't want to. Conmingo will go, okay, well, what are you interested in? And then it will find a way to grab onto that student's attention and be able to go through. So the personalized learning implications are amazing. On the teacher side, Conmingo offers a wide variety of teacher tools, from lesson planning to being able to monitor student usage. So it can see where every student is in their homework or grade homework, generate rubrics, all kinds of amazing things that will save our teachers time. Mr. Blair, did I miss any major features that we should mention?
So a couple other fun ones for students are, so the writing, you can see the writing tools up there at the top, but also you can chat with a literary character from history, or you can chat with a historical figure. So they have a predefined set of, you want to chat with William Shakespeare, Edgar Allan Poe, Napoleon Bonaparte, whatever, you want to have that dialogue. They have that built with that character, so that student can then have that interaction with that character or that person from history. We also have over here something that's a really great skill is some debate topics. So how do you learn those skills to have a conversation with someone that maybe disagrees with your viewpoint? Now you can do it in a safe, controlled fashion with this AI bot and really hone in your skills and get better at it and maybe grow in understanding how to relate to other people that sometimes can be a challenge. So it's a super exciting tool. We're super excited about the pilot. We're glad so many schools have signed up for it. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's so much more than we can possibly show you without them here to demo it. It really is an absolutely amazing tool. And the safety blanket layer is pretty remarkable. So for example, if students start chatting about something inappropriate or something that would cause a safety issue at school, I want to hurt someone, I want to hurt myself, there are all kinds of protocols built into the tool to immediately notify the teacher or whoever it is you want notified so that we can go and work with that student. So there's just so much to it and more to it every single day. So this is really the forefront. So we are certain that we will be stumbling through together. But this is a great way for us to dip our toe in. AI may not actually end up being about the tools that lay on top of it, ChatGPT or Conmingo or anything else. we'll get to the point where we're just making our own DCSD specific things that meet our needs for our kids and for our staff. But this is a really great way to dip our toes in to get started as we work to create a vision for the future and think about what this really looks like district-wide for all of our students. So that Conmingo, and we were the first district in Colorado to look at a partnership with Salcon and Conmingo, and he's personally involved in this partnership, which is very exciting. The Conmingo pilot program is, of course, part of our next steps. Oh, actually, I'm going to have Mr. Colella talk about next steps. I got carried away.
Hi, everybody. Just to piggyback on all that's been said, we've got a number of advantages in Douglas County across a whole range of issues. On AI, certainly we have a growing number of experts in the field sort of out there. But in Douglas County, we got 4,000 teachers, a good chunk of whom have already started to dip their toes in. And we want them to continue to dip their toes and to experiment. And what we like to do from a more systemic level is sort of harness that and get great feedback from them. This is going to, like a lot of things that we do, this is going to be a team effort. Leaders, teachers, parents, all of us in here bringing to bear an incredible tool like we've never seen to help our kids. So we are formulating not only that pilot program and those pilot schools, but also a really clean, systemic approach to gaining feedback and meeting and training teachers and our leaders on this, along with parents. Letting them know the tools that they have at their disposal and how they can support their kid at home and their great teachers in the building. As Aaron talked about, this is so stinking new. This is so new. And so on the one hand, it's exciting as anything. And on the other hand, it can be scary. But I'm confident, we're confident as a team, that if we do this well, and we will, as we talk to each other throughout the system, we're going to land in a really, really good spot. And whether that's Conmigo long-term or perhaps even another platform or three that is really geared towards students and geared towards schools. One of the things we don't have a lot of right now is that sort of sandbox for schools. ChatGPT, Gemini, they're all very open. They're susceptible to cheating and all those things that sort of we all want to avoid. Conmigo, as far as we can tell, is one of the few, but if not the most prominent, that provides that sandbox that provides all the protections and all the great opportunities that Aaron and Superintendent Kane and CTO Blair have talked about. And so as we learn, we're going to bank all of those resources and all of that learning, again, keeping parents in the loop, making sure teachers are a big part of this. Of course, they will be, and our leaders as well. So, and goes without saying that as we learn more, our vision of the future for our kids, for our staff, for the next 10 years and beyond may morph in a really, really good way. So really, really exciting time. And just to stress, there are definitely going to be hiccups. I'm confident our pilots and our folks dipping in the pool now are finding, this is a little wonky. There's definitely going to be some of that across the board. But holy cow, are we in a great spot to minimize that and to maximize the opportunity for our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Colella. And as you know, this is the timing of everything is really great. As you all are diving into your ends conversation today, a strategic plan will waterfall from those ends and will include everything that we are learning and have learned as we look at collectively what we want DCSD 2035 to look like. Okay, I think I had a closing video. Did I lose it? Oh, one more slide. Okay, so we're going to take questions, and then I have one more thing to show you. I'll do questions first. Yeah.
So thank you. Actually, now that I've listened to it, I'm much more excited than I was before. I was super skeptical, and while there's probably going to be things to iron out, it seems like such a great opportunity. but I think you answered one of my questions, but I just wanted to throw it out there because one of the things, of course, I think about is like, okay, how are kids gonna try to cheat the system and how's that gonna work? So if a student decided to go onto ChatGPT and get their essay and then put it into Conmingo is gonna recognize that it was created very quickly and that sort of thing and notify whoever it needs to notify. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the recognition would be that the student didn't work through the process. Draft, change it, think about it, draft. It just helps, and there wouldn't be really any incentive because the student had to create the outline and had to do all the different parts of the process. And today, when all of that is done by hand today, you can imagine how overwhelming it would be for a language arts teacher to accept 90 of those and to have to go through the outline and the rough draft and the final draft of 5-paragraph essays times 90 kids. And so this will really help. And then of course today there are plagiarism tools that the teacher has to try to put essays through that are only really partially effective and getting worse every day because ChatGPT is creating original work. It's just not the student's work, but it's original work. So that song that we listened to, that was original.
Fair enough. Director Geiger.
First of all, wow, thank you. I do believe we are in a great situation to do this. One of the kind of glass-breaking moments I had at CASB when they started talking about this is the equity problem. This essentially, we all know the kids who have access to high-speed internet, kids who have the high-speed computer at home, already have an advantage. If now that kid can go home and use ChatGPT, well, as some of our students are going to go home and hope there's dinner on the table, that gap just gets larger. I don't know the technology here. Maybe you can provide me with some information. Clearly, we're not blocking ChatGPT or Gemini on our Wi-Fi because I'm playing on it. Does it eat up a lot of data? Is this going to overwhelm our Wi-Fi infrastructure?
Okay, let me take those two questions.
And I have more equity questions. But
okay.
First of all, if we're going to do it at school, how much more are we going to have to put into our Wi-Fi equity structure, our Wi-Fi structure?
We are in a good spot due to recent upgrades.
0.
Okay.
So yeah, we're in a great spot. This is fairly lightweight. Now, when we start getting into video production and things like that, that's going to add some additional complexities. But again, most of that compute, like when we generated the audio files, that all happened on someone else's server. When it was done, we just downloaded that file to our computer to move on. So the compute happens somewhere else. Soon it's going to happen on our local devices to a certain extent as well, and there'll be some partnership between it. But our Wi-Fi is not going to tip over or anything like that. We're working on adding a little bit more to that, and we'll be set up to add lots more very quickly if we need to.
So similarly, we don't need a high-end computer to do this.
Correct.
No, you can use your phone, you can use a Chromebook, you can use lots of devices because the compute takes place on someone else's system, which is where the cost comes into play.
So the equity issue here ends up being the same equity issue we have, is access to the internet, access to some computing device.
So if I can address the equity issue for just a moment, this technology, more than anything that we have seen in the last 20 years, brings equity. And let me talk about that a little bit. Conmingo, for example, the student might be doing a problem in English, but they can be tutored in one of 20 different languages. So they'll be able to ask about the math program in a language that they understand and be tutored in that language, but then also have that assistance to translate that back to English into their problem. As an example, we talk a lot about culturally relevant lessons. The personalized learning component of this technology gives us a way to have culturally relevant lessons for students in a way that we've never seen before. The opportunities for tutoring. Now every student has a free tutor who's tutoring them in the same way that someone sitting in front of them would do. Now we can offer SAT prep to every single student. instead of only those that afford the Princeton Review or whatever. So in terms of equity, this brings so many resources to bear and personalized learning for our students that they will thrive. I do want CTO Blair to talk for a moment, if you will, about the access to technology. Unless you're not ready for that. Students who don't have technology at home, how big of an issue is that in our district?
So that is a very small issue in our district, and all of our schools, if they know of students and families that don't have access to technology at home, they can absolutely allow them to take home the Chromebooks on a nightly basis. We don't do that holistically throughout the district because we don't need to. But for those special use cases, we absolutely allow that to be taken home and used as a student needs to for whatever challenges that they have. We also, at times, we work with our homeless student coordinator, and we have IT devices that we will check out to those students that need it because they're unhomed for whatever reason and things like that. So we will absolutely try and support all of our students to be able to take part in this because it's incredibly powerful, and it does level the playing field. Mr. Reynolds and I were at a AI presentation with some folks from another school district, and he was talking about how in their school they have 27 different languages spoken. And he used an AI tool and created an avatar of himself, and that avatar can speak in multiple languages using his voice, but it looks like him. And then he shared one of the really transformative ones with a student who had just come over from Afghanistan and spoke very little English. And he got his hand slapped by IT because he uploaded and created an avatar of that student, which is a no-no, we don't want to do that. But he used that avatar and had that avatar speak in English to show that girl that she could speak in English. And he said that transformed her hope to be able to learn the English language and show that she's capable of it. So it does really level the playing field in a lot of ways.
Do we have an idea how many of our students have trouble accessing internet at home?
So in surveys that we've done in the past, and we did a lot during COVID and things like that, we didn't have a whole lot, and we worked through and navigated those with hotspots. That's definitely died down post-pandemic, and I haven't had many schools reach out to it. We do, like I said, have a few unhomed students that we've had to help navigate with hotspots and stuff, but it's a very small population that we're able to provide those services to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, what other questions?
Director Meek.
Oh, so much to think about. This is really exciting. I agree with Mr. Blair. I think this is, if we can teach how to use this technology as an assistant, right, for individuals and think of it that way. So really for me, I typed in, give me a policy for students and parents, and I now have a policy that we can use on AI with guiding principles of human-centered learning, equity and access. AI tools should be accessible to all students and avoid perpetuating bias, privacy and security, keeping student data, right? All of this is so important, and I think it is a wonderful tool. I use 2 different platforms daily. I compare against each one. I use it as an assistant, and it helps get me started on projects and everything. My concern really is around teacher training, because we do have people, well, first off, teachers are using it at some level. You can't stop students from using it. So I think we need a policy immediately to kind of create clarity, for the system. And then the whole privacy issue too, right? So I tell you, I use it, but I never upload names of organizations or anything. I use it very generically because everything you're uploading, you're putting out there, right? So I don't think we have time to wait to create a policy. So I'm wondering, have you thought about when that policy would be developed?
We know that we need to recommend policy to you all in pretty short order, so we certainly are aware of that. It'll still be a little bit, but that is something that we're working on. We're working to understand best practices with regard to policy and thinking through those implications. There's a number of schools of thought on policy, actually. And so we just need to parse through all that so that we can make a really solid recommendation to the Board of Education. One of the great things about Conmingo as a good starting point, several things that you raised, Director Meek. One was professional development. Conmingo, part of signing up, and our leaders who raised their hands know this because they heard the Khan Academy folks talk to them about it. The professional development commitment prior to the start of the school year is very significant. Because the amount of professional development that is required to understand the power of the tool as well as the limitations of the tool is extremely important. And I think that will really help us think about, along with our task force, will help us think about what professional development needs to look like across our system for this technology. But having this ability to have a number of schools kind of dip their toes in, including a massive level of professional development with a very big commitment, will be incredibly helpful. On the safety side, there are a lot of concerns around platforms like ChatGPT in terms of safety and in terms of what you talk to it about or ask it or upload to it. You should never give your personal information or anything like that. Conmingo has that protective layer that prevents anything from going back to getting back and integrated into the internet and therefore the brain of the AI, which is an incredibly helpful piece. So once we have a school that's piloting Conmingo, the idea will be for the school to adopt it as their AI platform. And of course, but as you also raised, there's no way to prevent our students from accessing other technologies that lay on top of AI. The way that Conmingo, you always get the behavior you incentivize. So the way that Conmingo is set up is to really incentivize the behavior and the learning that we're looking for. There are so many unanswered questions that I could never answer up here, but we've got to start somewhere. So this is where we are going to start. Do you guys have anything to add?
No, I would just say that I greatly appreciate the student data privacy layer that's involved in Conmigo, because in that space, you could upload a class roster. In fact, your class roster is already in there. And one of the powerful examples that we didn't have a screenshot of that Khan Academy folks usually use is with their data dashboard of where your student progress is. As a teacher, you can ask Conmigo, explain my data dashboard to me. And it will break up all of your subgroups. It will tell you what things might you need to reteach because most of your classes missing the assessments on X. What types of things should you move this group forward with and maybe reteach this group or whatever. And it'll coach the teacher and explain all of that data analysis for them that teachers don't have time to do right now. But that safety layer is critical for us. And that's why we're super excited because that's my biggest fear with all of this. And it's not feeding and helping put our data back into some other system that makes us super nervous.
Director Meek.
So thank you for really emphasizing that security layer. And I think the policy really needs to, and training needs to be for all teachers because teachers might hear, oh, they're doing this and they're piloting, I'm going to try this. And so helping teachers understand the difference between the platforms and everything. So that's kind of why I'm harping on the whole training for all teachers, even those who aren't in the pilot. This kind of makes me think of, Mr. Blair may remember the Digital Educator Program that was rolled out kind of when the flipped classroom concept was being used. And so it's kind of similar, I think, yes, in professional development. And I remember listening to people say, well, then why do we need teachers? Why do you need a teacher, right? You listen to this and you're like, wow. So I think as we're thinking about what we're trying to embed in our end statements and everything, when I typed in the prompts earlier today, so like I told you, I always try 2 different platforms. One emphasized that AI cannot answer in the same way that a human can. in regards to speaking to human experience, creativity, emotional understanding, the emotional intelligence, all of those kinds of aspects, as well as, abstract thinking, things that require genuine reflection and introspection. And all of those are exactly what we were saying back with the Digital Educator Program. Like when we were talking about students learning at home, using video, using recordings, kind of like the Khan Academy, and then coming into the classroom. So I just bring it up because I think there's a lot of similarities there, and maybe it'll help teachers understand those similarities too.
Thank you for that question or that comment. I'd like to be really clear that on no planet ever do we think that this platform or anything like it will replace our teachers. In fact, what it can potentially do is make room for our teachers to be able to engage with their students more than ever, because hopefully we can take some of the other tasks off their plates so that meaningful engagement with students is what they are able to do. And a lot of this, I do believe Director Meek will result in more flipped classroom practices. We'll have to take it one step at a time and see where it goes. Thank you for that question.
Dr. Weiniger.
This was a really cool presentation. Thank you so much. And it's good to know whenever an email comes from Mr. Blair that it's empathetic only because of ChatGPT. It was good. And I really like the phrase you used about the key is to maximize the opportunities while mitigating the risks. And what really helped shape AI for me was actually Director Geiger's comment of how it's getting rid of the drudgery of tasks we do and everything. And I'm really jealous of kids these days, so they get to have that part that you dislike so much that you don't want to start a project for, that's taken care of, and you can do the actual fun part and the actual part that puts yourself in it. So this is really exciting. I really like Khan Academy, so I'm excited about working with them with this Khan Mingo. And I'm really interested too in how it'll help with math, because I know typing out math is way different than writing it, so I'm sure I'll learn more on that. But my question, I actually do have one, is, and sorry if you answered it, is there a cost associated with this pilot program at all? Or what's the cost around that?
Thank you for asking that. There is a cost, but it's getting less every single day. So one of the great reasons to partner with Khan Academy is that they are a nonprofit and they are looking to provide all of this for free as they do their videos. That's where they're moving towards. They don't want to collect money. They do have to pay for the OpenAI platform. So the cost is extremely minimal and getting less every day. So all of our teachers will have access to Conmingo, have free, we'll have free accounts from what I understand. In about a month. And I appreciate the point on professional development as well. We have to eat the elephant one bite at a time. So that is what we will work towards doing. But this really won't be a cost. And that's one of the reasons that long term, and that's one of the reasons that we decided to partner with Conmingo. And they're creating a layer for the district, like a district and school layer that we'll be able to be part of, which will be really, really exciting. And then lastly, math is actually that was where they started, and that is their specialty. So this tool will rock at math, I have no doubt.
Actually, it's in the screenshot.
Oh.
Not too far. So right down here at the bottom of the chat box is an equation editor. So when you type on that, it pulls up a full equation editor so that you can do all the math equations that you need to. It's already built in. It's pretty awesome.
Very cool. Director Moore.
I just want to comment. I think it's fantastic to get on the front end of stuff like this and figure out how to maximize it. Of course, there's challenges. How do we harness that, and what are the limitations, and how do we manage it? But I think it's great, and I love the idea of the pilot project. I assume when it comes to the policy perspective, you're going to probably come up with some good input from the pilot that'll help with that.
Thank you for that question. I think to Director Meek's point, we won't be waiting till the end of the pilot to come up with a policy. It will certainly help shape the policy, I think, for a little while will be an evolving, something that is evolving, but we need to start somewhere. So we will be looking at recommending policy a little sooner than the pilot, but again, it'll be just an evolving space. And again, there are a couple of different schools of thought on the policy end. One school of thought says it's already covered by your technology use policy, and you can maybe add a little bit to that, but it really is just an advanced technology, all the way over to you need policies, multiple specific to AI. And so we're also looking at kind of that spectrum of policy to see where Douglas County School District, where we as a staff would recommend that we land as a school district for you all to consider.
I'm fascinated in this part of it. When you do the pilot, I love to hear back on how objective you determine the way it helps teachers grade.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, but the more consistent and, obviously you want it to be a tool to help, but I think it's just a fascinating opportunity.
Director Myers.
Well, I'll try not to be the Debbie Downer, but, and Director Meek and Superintendent Kane, you talked about the professional development training, because back when I taught, we had the technology explosion. We were getting computers in everybody's hand. We were training teachers. It was overwhelming. Here's the only one concern that I think about. We are about to go forward with talking about social media. Are we now putting something else into the laps of our children that now diminish our relationships? We get to the screen again. We're on this. Are we, not opening up for our kids to have those personal relationships, and we're just on screen time all the time? That would be my only concern.
Thank you very much for that question. We are simultaneously working on social media and what our resource bank will look like, and they're really very related because it is around device use and making sure that device use is again it's those guardrails. Those guardrails at the appropriate age levels are really, really important. So that is all kind of a piece to be considered. Mr. Reynolds is over here jumping out of his chair to answer about professional development. So please, Mr. Reynolds, take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. As she said, I was really wanting to jump in. The professional development, we also have to take in consideration that AI would also play a role in professional development. So in other words, it's not a standalone professional development. Teachers can automatically put their questions into this algorithm, and it's going to give them support on demand in the moment for whatever questions they have within the infrastructure. So instead of having to wait for professional development, whether it's on demand, they can do it instantaneously using the platform itself. So again, it would be providing them the supports of understanding that the professional development that they may get out of the system, you do have to have some professionalism to evaluate what they're coming back with. Conmigo also has professional development that's embedded within the system itself. So it is a different way of thinking about professional development because it is as responsive as the technology itself. So if you want to play around with it with ChatGPT, you can ask it a question that's going to give you a response. But within something like Conmigo, it's going to give you a response that's going to have more fact base on the actual system itself. And so that is going to revolutionize how we interact and how teachers interact with this technology. It's going to be different. It's going to have a different feel. And it's only going to get better with time as the advancements of making it more interactive. Right now, it's giving you really text-based responses, but as you saw earlier, there's music and video. It's going to get more responsive to our teachers as well. So as we think about professional development, it's no longer, I'm taking a class on AI, we're opening the door for AI to support professional development holistically.
Thank you for that. I'm going to have Assistant Superintendent Windsor add his comments, and then Mr. Blair.
You know, I really appreciate the question. It's actually something we've resonated way back when around just when this one-to-one technology component of bring your own device to school aspect and more screen time for kids. And I think the component that we don't want to lose sight in is we want to make sure our teachers have much time and resource to not forget about some of the most important elements of connecting and building relationships with kids. And I think the aspect that we really want to layer into this aspect, this is one component that allows us to layer the one of the most important things we can do as a district is build, develop, and invest in our teachers so they can make connections with students. This won't replace, I think it goes back to the slide that I think Superintendent Kane put on there is how do we make sure we're equipping our teachers to be successful, to leverage at the right time, right place, and not supplant the relationship we're developing with students. That's the art that makes our teachers so incredibly talented at what they do, knowing that I sure hope we don't walk into our classrooms every day and just have screens open and we forget about that idea of the connection. But there is this idea of people thinking about AI, that's what it becomes. That art, skill, and connection that our teachers make really becomes down to how are we meaningful in their professional development learning to layer this in at the right time and right place to be able to enhance the learning for our students. And the component we don't want to do is utilize these things as what we call a $1,000 pencil. And so we want to make sure we're leveraging in the most meaningful way to allow us to still have the foundation of learning be the connection between the teacher and the student, and at the same time, can we get the students to own their learning as well?
Thank you for that, Mr. Windsor. And truly, this will not supplant any of our curriculum or our core foundation. We have really made so much progress in our district around literacy and creating those core foundational skills. Those foundational skills are more important than ever. That ability, this is critical thinking at its finest, right? The ability to really look at what you're getting critically and know how to analyze whether you should have questions about what you're seeing. And so our core content and knowledge are still absolutely essential. They're just not enough. And that's as our kids look at this world in their future. So it's certainly, we're not talking about flipping everything on its head or, leaving behind any of these amazing core programs that we have really dealt with. Our core foundational skills and content are absolutely critical. They're just not sufficient. We have to make sure that our kids have the skills they need.
So dovetailing on top of that, for years we've been teaching digital citizenship and digital literacy. This is the next evolution of AI literacy that we're embarking upon with other school districts as well to help our students understand what this means from very early ages on through high school and out into the workforce. So that's what we get to embark upon with students to help them understand how to leverage this tool. And hopefully it's going to take away screen time because they're going to get smarter with it. And it's actually going to reduce the screen time so they will be able to have more interactions with their peers and with their teachers to build those connections and things like that. That's the hope that I have for it.
Director Geiger.
I would imagine Ms. Meyer somewhere is just going crazy about this because using this to develop learning plans for our special education students, helping teachers understand the best way to deal with. As I messed with this, since I have a child with a learning disability, what are the best ways to assist a college student dealing with this disability? I'm getting three different ideas. I would assume our special education program, within the bounds of 504 and the IEP process, this is going to be extraordinary for our teachers dealing with students of all levels of disability.
Yes, it has the potential to be extraordinary. And as you pointed out in your very first comment, it's going to be wrong 80% of the time. So we still, our teachers, there is no replacement for the incredible expertise that our teachers have. But as Director Meek cited, it is a very powerful assistant to get you started. So you're not staring at a blank page. So we are really excited. The last thing I would just close with is that our team will be convening with a number of other large districts from across the country to discuss this technology and its implications and approaches in school districts over the summer, and we're really excited. to be able to do that, because we think it's really important to make sure that we aren't doing this in a vacuum, even in our system. We need to really be working with our colleagues from across the country to figure out the path forward, because this is truly, truly the next evolution of education. And it's, again, a really exciting time to be in education. I would love to close with one more video, if you guys would allow me. It's another song. This one, ChatGPT wrote the song. So I gave it a prompt, and ChatGPT wrote the lyrics for an entire song, verse, chorus, transition, ending, whatever. And then the song generating system created the song. So it's also a little bit fun. It's just a little slower than the last one, but it's still only about a minute if you'll indulge me. Okay, take it away.
In the heart of Douglas County, where dreams take flight, we're crafting futures under the guiding light. On the board of education, we stand tall and proud, with a vision for our students, we shout it loud. We lead Douglas County School District with grace, high expectations in every single space. Bright futures we're creating for our kids to shine. In every endeavor they'll reach the divine. Our mission is clear: to unlock every door, empowering each student to soar and explore. From post-secondary dreams to careers so grand, in the fabric of society that proudly stand.
All right, so that one's a little bit more of a little bit more of an inspirational one, but it was meant for you all, because your vision and what your work you're doing tonight will be shaping the future for our kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really fun and exciting. Yeah. So I'm even more excited now to hear about your superintendent monitoring report N4. What do you have in store for us on that one? I kid.
Do I have to? Yeah. I should tell you that ChatGPT wrote it, but that's not true. Director Meek was thinking it. It would have been a really great idea. I didn't think of that. So, all right. This is one of the easier monitoring reports. This is the collaborative parent, family, and community relations board end, and the connected executive limitations as they exist in our governance policy today. So the first policy end is parents, guardians, families, and community members will partner with each other in the district to empower students to maximize their educational experience. So we've interpreted this to mean compliance will be demonstrated when the district promotes positive communication and collaboration between parents and schools around the needs of their students and plans for their futures. And so evidence of this taking place, we have our parent guide, our newly updated and fantastic parent guide. Our school accountability committees, we provide resource, training, and support for our school accountability committees across the entire district, including regional SAC training, an updated SAC handbook, et cetera. Engagement, we provide avenues of communications and collaborations in support of parents, students, and staff. School communication support, so we support our schools in terms of their communications to their communities. The 8th grade Career Expo helps our students and their families explore their futures, created in conjunction with the Foundation for Douglas County Schools. And as you know, our Career Expo had record attendance this year, and we expect that trend to continue. Our post-secondary readiness programming, as you all know, is amazing and provides a path for the future. Our family, school, and actually going back to our post-secondary readiness programming, We have become, over the last 2 years, more and more effective at communicating these possibilities to middle school students and their families so that they know that these things are available across our district. I was just in a classroom yesterday at one of our middle schools, Cimarron Middle School, and the tech teacher at Cimarron Middle School was talking about how she works with all of her students to explore the catalog and all the different pathways that we have and help them kind of imagine their futures so that they're even thinking at that middle school level about what kind of post-secondary readiness we have available in our district. And then finally, the DCSD Family School and Community Partnerships Collaborative. We are participating with the Colorado Department of Education in that collaborative, and we are very excited about all the possibilities behind that. Okay, policy end B. Our interpretation is compliance will be demonstrated when the district partners with community to provide service, learning, and employment opportunities for our students in the community. So we require our students to have community service hours, which ensures, and we're helping our students connect with the community so that they can get their required 20 hours. Our career and technical education programs, as you know, are completely flourishing, and they are offering great studied under credentialed teachers, as well as exposure in the field. Our concurrent enrollment programs, our work-based learning, we offer work-based learning opportunities for students, which is one-way education and industry partners continue to partner together to ensure students have the skills and career exposure that they need to build those pathways. Our Veterans Day celebrations really bring our communities into our schools. Our Wish Week really builds that community feeling across our feeders, across our entire community. Strategic partnerships, we have established so many strategic partnerships in the last 2 years to make sure that we are a talent pipeline for industry. We are the members of our chambers of commerce, our economic development councils. We're very active in all of those things and working very closely with the business leaders in our community. Our partnership of Douglas County governments, and as I mentioned before, our Chamber of Commerce partnerships. And we're continuing to make those efforts to bring our community into our schools and into to really feel invested in our system. And so even our State of DCSD address that will take place on May 2nd, that we really are inviting all of our community to come in and to join us and to be part of the celebration. And we have a lot of very ambitious plans to start to bring our senior citizens in and just really building ways to build that community with our schools as the center of that community rather than in a siloed way. And I should mention that our VIP State of the DCSD address that's coming up in April, we already have almost 100 RSVPs from business leaders and elected officials, et cetera, to come to Legacy Campus and hear about where our district is at. So just more and more, we have the opportunity to reach out into the community and build those partnerships. Okay, policy end C. Compliance will be demonstrated when the district actively seeks out opportunities to bring communities together, centered around our schools and our students. So this is a lot of the same evidence, and you just kind of heard me talk to what we do in that regard and what our plans are as we move forward. The last one is One Book, One District, which we are already talking about for next year. That brings our community in. And of course, our foundation hosts that event. Okay, policy ND, compliance will be demonstrated when the district has systems in place to provide timely, transparent communications and established two-way feedback mechanisms. So as you know, we have numerous established two-way feedback mechanisms throughout our district. I just was able to meet with my Teacher Connect group last night. It was fantastic. We were able to talk about social media and what they are seeing in elementary, middle, and high schools, and kind of what they think a path forward could look like. So we're just really gathering a lot of feedback, two-way feedback from all parts of our stakeholders. Okay, and then we have that two-way communication, of course, available through engagement events and on our website. Your engagement events, I feel like we are really working towards being extremely engaged with our community. Okay, communication to the board. Compliance will be demonstrated when the superintendent provides consistent communication to the board with timely information. And so you receive that a number of ways, but certainly through my superintendent updates in board meetings, as well as my weekly superintendent updates, emails, memos, et cetera, and weekend review. And, I'm able to meet with each of you once a month, which is fantastic and really productive. And I really appreciate building those relationships. Treatment of students, parents, guardians, and community members. Interpretation compliance will be demonstrated when professional development resources, communications, et cetera, regarding superintendent regulations, exceptions, and climate and culture norms are made available to staff. As you all know, actually, treatment of students, parents, and guardians, staff, and community members is something that I'm extremely passionate about. We have established norms throughout our district, and we talk about them a lot. They are embedded in a lot of our professional development, a lot of the professional development that Jolie does, and they're embedded in our practices. My practices, my staff's practices, our leaders' practices, including presuming positive intent, exude and expect optimism, addressing concerns the right way. I would like to stop at that one for just a moment. One of our goals around these ends is to make sure that those family and school partnerships are really solid, and at the lowest level, that parent-teacher relationship is so important. So by really reinforcing throughout our system, addressing concerns the right way, this saves so many relationships. Because when a parent gets upset about something and wants to jump up to the principal or jump up to the superintendent, we always kindly, respectfully, empathetically ask them to go talk to the teacher first. And what ends up happening is that relationship between that parent and that teacher is just solidified through that, rather than having someone come down on a teacher from above because a parent got upset and now that relationship is broken. So making sure that we keep those family and school relationships is really, really important. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important for us to start at the level of origin for concerns. And communicating kindly and respectfully and safe mistakes. So those are our norms. And then we have our employee guide, which lays out to our employees their expectations and rights and all of their benefits, et cetera. And of course, we have mandatory training for staff every single year. Okay, so any questions on the monitoring report?
Director Meek.
As always, thank you. Can I sneak in a question from the prior presentation? Since you mentioned the Teacher Connect meeting, did you have a chance to talk with them about the Conmingo, if I'm saying that right? Okay.
Thank you for that question. That is our topic in May. So our topic for April, I had intended to do both topics, social media and AI, and social media took us all the way to the end of our time because our teachers have a lot to say. And it was a great group. I never know what subset of my group I'm going to get on a given Monday evening. But in terms of talking about social media, I had 2 elementary, 2 middle school, 2 high school, 1 alternative, and some preschool. So we were really able to kind of hear that lens from everyone. And so I'm excited to do our May one when AI will be the topic.
Perfect. I wanted to ask that earlier and forgot. So I know you're working on a survey for parents and other stakeholder groups. I'm kind of curious what your thinking is around how the survey would feed into treatment of parents and community.
Do you want to answer that? All right. Mr. Reynolds will take that one.
Thank you again for the question. We certainly are going to be asking some questions in relation to the communication and how they're received in our system. So certainly that'll play a role in looking at the climate and culture within our district as one additional metric.
And then long-term, as we're able to get, so the hope would be that off of the interpretation of your new ends, should you guys adopt new ends, the interpretation off the new ends will help inform our perception survey questions around student, staff, and even if we need to make adjustments to our parents and think about ways to actually survey our community at large. Just having gone through for the third year in a row this polling process around 5A, 5B. I actually love the idea of polling regardless of a ballot initiative, just to see how our perception data in our community at large is changing over time and what kinds of things would work to be able to change that. So all of those perception data points will feed into our new monitoring reports that come out of interpreting your new ends.
Director Geiger.
Thank you very much. And of course, I'm very much still in learning mode of all of this, so pardon me if some of these questions seem basic. First of all, overall, thinking about our community relations, how we're putting information out, how we're getting it in, how do we, to the extent that they want to be, collaborate with our charter schools and having them participate in both the information we put out to the public and contribute to that, and also talking to our charter schools about what they want from the district. I will tell you in my interviews with various charter schools, some think we're doing a great job, some less so. So can you tell me about what processes you use on that to keep them involved in that?
Can I have Assistant Superintendent Windsor answer that question as he oversees our choice programming?
I appreciate the question. I think one, having a direct opportunity to work hand in hand as the liaison with our charters, but also in the current role is we've built in regular systems and structures for a variety of things. I think one, we have regular feedback systems where we monitor and have our charters provide regular information in which we can give feedback. We also do regular site visits, yearly site visits with our charters to get two-way communication from them about things that are going well, things we can improve upon, as well as monthly meetings that are established with all of our charter leaders as well, talking about key topics, gathering feedback, which also really inform our ability to be able to establish charter contracts to define some of those confines of what is working, what's not working, what do we need to be loose on, what do we need to be tight on in particular. And so we have multiple layers that we have. I can tell you on a regular basis with Director Mosier, he is probably on the phone on a daily basis having multiple calls about being consultative. And really one of the key components we want to do is we want to make sure our charters have access to the resources within our system so they can be highly successful as well. And I think that is a part where I've really appreciated, I think, that being a commitment for us as a district, as our charters are part of Douglas County School District. And that is a really important part for us to make sure that we have good structures and system while also understanding the autonomous nature, semi-autonomous natures of our charters too.
And just to add to that answer, I also meet with our charter leaders on a fairly regular basis, where Director Mosier will have me come to the charter leader meeting, and I'm able to just get direct feedback from them on what they need from the district, how things are going. They're also part of my school visits. I was just at one the other day with Director Myers. So they are part of our school visits, certainly part of Assistant Superintendent Windsor's school visits as well. So we really have built some incredible relationships with our charter schools. I would stack our district up against any other district in that regard.
I have one other.
Sure.
On 4B, we talk about collaboration to create positive change and provide service in our community. These are all very practical and very specific, a lot of it about coming out to be able to work in the community. What other kind of education, and this is just my lack of information, do we talk about societal ethics, being good citizens, Do we teach what used to be called civics? How do we have our students become aware of the political issues and the political process in Douglas County to be better informed voters, to be better informed members of the community in that way?
We absolutely do teach civics and teach those concepts. And before I hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Windsor to talk a little bit more specifically about that, I just want to give you a couple of examples that I have seen. We have had the Colorado Supreme Court come do a day of court, real people, real cases, at one of our high schools, for example, for our high school students to be able to observe and understand that process and kind of see both sides of the arguments and understand what that looks like. So there are just so many opportunities that we are able to put in front of our kids to help them understand civics a little bit better. And with that, I will hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Windsor, and then if Mr. Reynolds has anything to add as well.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, one of the things we absolutely know is to graduate from Douglas County School District, you have to have a government class which involves the significant aspects around civics. And so that is a priority for us to make sure that every single student graduates with that opportunity to engage in that realm. We also have very well thought out advisement plans that we establish from our high schools as well as our middle schools to engage in a variety of different topics where it gets our students to start thinking beyond themselves and also within their community. I can tell you on a regular basis, if you want to watch any social media from any of our schools, you typically have an elected official that's in one of our government classes, AP government classes, et cetera, that are being actively involved. Because the component we want to establish with our students is not just talk about theory, but what does it look like in practice around real live things that we're seeing within the county of Douglas County as well as the state of Colorado. And that's a huge part that you'll see. We've been very fortunate with our elected officials who are very eager to get into our schools, be able to be an active member of that. And that's a big part of our partnership, is really making sure that we understand Douglas County as a part of a greater community and wanting to ensure that our local officials have the ability to interact with our students, provide them challenges, and consider things beyond themselves, which developmentally we want to do. But I can assure you on a regular basis, not only of working with the schools, but leading the schools, that we have very intentional means to make sure we're talking about very real issues we're seeing and getting our students to develop positions about that as well.
Okay.
I bring it up because we were so blessed to have students from the high schools working on the 5A, 5B campaign.
Yes.
Was it Chaparral?
Yes.
The Chap Girls.
The Chap Girls. But actually, there were a whole bunch. It wasn't just the Chap Girls, but there were a whole bunch across our district.
And I just, I know that everybody thought that was important, and I'm hoping that we're continuing that.
Yes.
Do we do voter registration? Do we cooperate on that kind of stuff?
Yes, we sure do. In fact, we offered student voter registration, making sure that we were informing families and parents in advance that we would be offering that. But we offered that this last election, and it was really successful because we brought those parents on early on and gave them plenty of notice. There wasn't any negative feedback whatsoever. Fair?
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Comments? I thought it was great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. This will be on your consent agenda on April 23rd, and I'm looking forward to not talking, so it's all yours.
All right, and with that, we will move to item number 9, a recess. So we'll take a quick recess and come back at 7:02. All right, the board is back in session. Moving on to item number 9, into policy governance, Board of Education self-evaluations. 10. We started doing these just last month, I think it was, or we started in February and moved into March, and now moving into April. 3 of us took different board governance and our policies to look over. And I'll go ahead and start since I did the first one. It was GP 1.1, the board's governing style. And I hope everyone had an opportunity to look through everyone's evaluation of the board. I marked us as partially compliant simply because this is the first year we've done this, and one of the items was that we have a continuous, the board will monitor and discuss the board's process and performance at each meeting. Self-monitoring will include at least an annual comparison of board activity. And since we haven't been doing this annually, I marked us as partially compliant. But everything else was really talking about our board meetings, attendance, how we're filling vacancies, making sure that we're having our agendas out for public, those sorts of things. So I marked us as partially compliant. Does anybody have questions on anything that I put in there or any comments about it? Any discussion? That's okay. We'll let Director Meek start.
Well, first off, thank you, President Williams, for doing this. And as you said, this is a way for us to demonstrate accountability to our public and help them understand what the policies mean as well, right? And make sure that we are adhering to those and adhering to what's in here. So I really appreciated you working on this policy. And the only thing that I found was missing was the resolution on September 26, 2023 regarding Marshall versus DCSD. And I think that piece of evidence does belong here because I think that also leads to us being partially compliant in regards to the first line, the board will govern lawfully. And given that that resolution says we didn't at that time, that was the only other piece of evidence that I saw that I think needs to be added.
Okay. Anyone else? Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I thought you did a great job. The part that you said partially compliant is because we don't have a annual comparison of
Right.
board activity and discipline to policies in the governance process. I'm not really sure what that would look like. Do you know what that would look like, Director Meek? Just because I'm wondering if we need to even change this to have that, if it's even useful.
Director Meek, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way it reads currently, it says at each meeting, but then it says self-monitoring will include at least an annual comparison of activity. That's what this document is the annual comparison. So we're starting that process. And so I think because we're starting this process, we can say once that's in place, we will be compliant.
Right.
I do think it's worth discussing, do you want to do something at each meeting? I know this board in the past has tried to do this before I even joined the board, where every meeting, I think they took turns, like one person would have that responsibility. At the end of the meeting, someone would say, I think we stayed on track, or I think we veered off in these ways. But our meetings tend to run late sometimes, and those wouldn't happen. And so I think we can consider whether we want to do that or not, or whether we really just try to start this baby step of evaluating our policies annually. I don't think I would recommend that we do it at each meeting, because I think it's great we're starting at least with an annual look.
Yeah, I think I kind of took the first sentence, the board will monitor and discuss the board's process and performance at each meeting, discussing and right now we are looking at a different board governance policy. And so I think that kind of is talking about our performance, maybe just not necessarily the same discussion every meeting. So that's kind of what I thought. And I think that our goal is during work sessions to have the discussions, and then during our regular meetings to put it on consent agenda and move it through. So it wouldn't be technically at each meeting, but there would be something on each agenda. So, any other questions? Director Geiger?
And I took this in part, one, I look at whether we're meeting the policy, and two, whether the policy serves us now. For example, we don't really discuss policy governance in 1.1, which may be something we want to look at to specifically adopt that as how we're going to do this. Looking at 1.1, the board will be the initiator of policy, not merely a reactor to staff initiatives. The board, my experience, and again, I'm 4 months into this, is that most of the policies that we have enacted have actually been initiated by the administration, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We have Council Klemesh helping us with what's required by statute, et cetera. So I think a phrasing of that could be done in a better way. So I think when we look at this, I think that we should have, and I guess we're going to probably address that at our retreat, is that as we go through that, I think there would be a value to talking about where older policies don't currently meet our process right now, and whether or not the process is right or the policy is right. And I think, for example, modifying 1.1 to specifically emphasize that it's policy governance. I think the tone of policy governance is very much in the opening paragraph, but I think it's interesting we don't have that particular phrase in there.
Great. Thank you for the feedback, and we'll go on to 1.2, and Director Weiniger, I'll let you take that one on.
Yep, mine was on GP, Governance Process 1.2, the job of the board. So how I looked at this was I took each bullet point in 1.2 and decided if we were compliant or not. And if any of them were not compliant or partially compliant, that kind of dictated what overall we were. So on the first one, which was the link between ownership and operational organization, and this is my perspective on what these mean, so I'm obviously completely right on it, so I don't know, I'm just kidding. You can tell me what you think of your opinion on it, and I'm totally open to it, because I was like, this can be interpreted differently, I'm sure, between different people. So the link between the ownership and the operational organization, to me, I saw our regular board meetings with our superintendent as that link, because to me, ownership is our taxpayers and our community, our voters, and then the operational organization is the superintendent. And so when we have these regular board meetings, we're kind of bringing that together. So I said we were compliant, and on the next one, for written governing policies that address the broadest levels of all organizational decisions and situations, I said we were compliant on having written policies on that. Assurance of successful organizational performance. I saw the monitoring reports from our superintendent as our assurance on how we're performing. Favorable legislative impact. I was like, oh, this is good timing, because we actually came out with a resolution last time around our concerns around a legislative proposal, but let me know if I misinterpreted that bullet point. And then the final one, reviewing, monitoring, and revising all board policies. So that was only when I said partially compliant, because while we do monitor or review and revise them, I don't see us having like a routine process on monitoring them as a board. I know staff does a great job on monitoring for any legal requirements we need to change them for, or anything that comes up that they think would fit our organization better. But I read this as having more of a routine or systematic process around that, which let me know if you see it differently. And so overall, I gave us partial compliance with this governance process. Director Meek.
The only thing I noted is in the link between ownership and the operational organization. I think some of the other evidence that we would have cited is our communication plan and the development of the communication plan by particularly the board president and Director Meek. I think that is a key part of our link between the ownership and our deliberate outreach to various stakeholders, I'm trying to learn these terms, and the board, and then the fact that the administration participates in all of those things. I think the board's commitment to very organized communication and outreach to stakeholders is evidence that we are, I think, more compliant than we've ever been on that particular issue.
Yeah, so I agree with Director Geiger. So, really the board is the link between the owners, those on whose behalf we're making decisions, right? And the operational organization. And so, great job getting this started. I know this feels kind of foreign to folks, and this conversation actually helps us make sure that we are doing what we think we're telling the community, and it gives us an opportunity to change things, right? And so I think we're all making notes as we go through this process so that when we get to the part of updating where we all have our context. What I would say with the first bullet, when it says ownership, our policy defines ownership as citizens of DCSD. So it kind of says that specifically in our policies. And I think that's what we tried to mirror in our linkage plan, so our community connections plan. And so I do think that community connections plan is a really important piece of evidence that we can list under this one. I think our board committees, that's another great example of how we link to the larger community and understand their values and perspectives. So we could list those board committees. We have across the board newsletter that goes out after our board meetings to try to help with that communication as to what the board is doing. And at our board meetings, we have the recognitions and celebrations that happen, kind of highlighting things. I mean, I think our list could go on, and I think you see that in some of the monitoring that the superintendent does. We don't have to list everything, but I do think there's a few additional items that would be really helpful to list to show how we actually link to our community. So those would be the edits to that first bullet. And really, it's just additions.
Great.
So I did have a couple other thoughts as well. The second to last bullet, the assurance of successful organizational performance, where you say compliant, I agree. The only thing I would do for this is just add the reports that come to the board. So those monitoring reports. So this is meant to be like evidence where a community member can kind of click on those various monitoring reports and read them. It kind of got me thinking, would it make sense for us to maybe house those off of our board page so it's easy to see or easy to access? I'm not sure, but did you want to weigh in on that?
I just wanted to make sure that I understood. So how's the evaluations? Is that these self-evaluations?
the monitoring reports that would, so under assurance of successful organizational performance.
Got it.
That would be the superintendent monitoring.
Got it.
Reports.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, please ask questions if I say things that, I'm tired. I may not be saying it correctly. So I think, again, it's just adding under the bullet the specific examples so people can see those, because they're not going to understand it necessarily. So I think it just makes it easier for folks. And then on the last one, a favorable legislative impact. I know we're looking at our policies as well to identify whether we want to make edits or changes. I think the evidence that we could link here would be our legislative platform that we have, right? So people can see what that looks like. For future conversation, I'd like to talk about, when is it the board's role to take a position on a piece of legislation? What does that process look like? And I think that could be helpful clarification in our policies when we look to update those. So I'm just marking that for a future conversation. And the very last bullet, reviewing, monitoring, and revising all board policies. So I think this gets to actually what Director Geiger was mentioning in the other policy. We use the word board policies, and I think there's a lot of confusion between what we mean with this book, our board governance policy book, versus the district policies, whether they're called superintendent policies or administrative policies. Different districts who use PG call them different things. But I think maybe looking at our policy language to make sure we're really being explicit, what kind of policy are we talking about? Under policy governance, this is our job, is to really use this to guide the organization. And this is what we're monitoring, right? However, there are laws in our state that require the board to take specific action on certain administrative policies. And so I do think maybe cleaning up some of the language in this could really help as well.
So are you suggesting then that this one actually is referring to the handbook versus?
This is just this handbook.
Okay.
And when we talk about an annual review of our policies, the board's policies, this is what we're reviewing. It's not the A, B, C, D, right. All of those.
So again, to clarify, we need throughout this to be clear, a board policy is how we act. A district policy is how the district is administered. And so if we get a mandate from the state that the district must do A, B, C, and D, and E, F, G, H, I, J sometimes, that is different than evaluation of a board policy. We're not committing to every year going back through every district policy.
Oh, gosh, no.
We are committing to going back and looking at how we govern,
Right.
not the things that are governing the district. And that is a different, and I think throughout this, that finding the right terminology for board policy as opposed to district policy, or however we want to call that, is an important evaluation we're going to have to do as we go through all of these. And as we start this, then it helps us process what exactly we're looking at. Thank you.
Yes, I think I thought governing policies were called out because like in the second bullet point, it says written governing policies. So maybe if we add that word to that bullet point, it would be more obvious what this one's talking about. Yeah, I agree.
That clarifies it.
Great. Do you have everything you need then to have it ready for?
Yeah, I'll add what we talked about.
Perfect.
Director Williams, can I ask a question? How do we, I'm not sure how we go about linking. Do we just take the monitoring reports we get over a 12-month period of time and then put those links in the document? Is that, you're referring to all those specific reports, do the whole list?
Exactly. And so this is a look back. So if you look at the reporting period, those would be the ones that you would include in here. So once a year, we cycle through the monitoring that we do for the organization. And so since we're writing this up, looking backward, we would just be linking to the board agenda unless we hosted them on a page in one place.
So just so I understand, if what we're required to review on an annual basis isn't all the district policies, it's the board's policies, and that's what we're doing now, wouldn't we then be in compliance? We don't necessarily have to have done them all already to be in compliance. We have to be doing it to be in compliance, correct?
I personally would agree with that, now that I know that's what it was talking about, was specifically governing board policies. But how do you feel, Director Meek?
So reviewing, monitoring, revising all board governance policies. So I'm looking at our actual language. So the fact that we're just starting this, we haven't, like during that time period. So we're looking back over this time period and we're just starting this process. So that's why it really isn't compliant at this time.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's why I marked mine partially compliant, just because if I'm looking from January 1st of '23 until today, we haven't been, even though we're starting. So it's not because we've done anything wrong, it's just that we're starting.
That makes sense to me. Thank you guys for clearing that up. I'm trying to learn how we're categorizing these things as we do it.
Yeah, we're all learning as we go. All right, so we'll move on to GP 1.9, which is the cost of governance. Director Thompson did this and unfortunately isn't able to be here this evening, but did anybody have, she marked us as being partially compliant as well. Simply, if you go onto page 5 of hers, it specifically says that the board budget, the BOE handbook, and the current process are not in alignment. So does anybody have any comments about this? I think that clearly this is one that we're going to have to clean up. Director, I'm sorry, Superintendent Kane.
I was just going to say that I did, Director Thompson and I spoke about this and consulted a little bit, so if I can be of help, please let me know.
Great. Director Meek.
Yeah, I suggest that we just push this one back until Director Thompson can be here. It might be helpful, though, I did have a couple of questions on this. Well, obviously, our policy language, 1.9.2, is from the year 2020, 2021. So I think if we review things annually,
right,
it's a perfect time for us to update this annually, right? And I did request that we have an agenda item added to where we can talk about the board budget, because I feel like that's what this is. This is the board budget. Since I've been on the board, I haven't been part of any board budget conversation. The very first year I joined the board, we were trying to cut $30 million. It was like, welcome to the board, we're cutting $30 million. And we were looking at the budget very, very carefully. We saw what we were cutting from like a line item in the budget, but we never once had like a discussion around where dollars are going as a board. And I would really value that conversation. Because I think you can kind of see 1.9.2 should align with the chart that we're looking at. And I'm not sure everything on this chart fits. And so I also looked at our financial plan and budget that we approved for 2022-23. And the bottom total number is different than what I'm seeing on this chart. And it's the 2023-24 revised budget doesn't match the budget that we approved in June. So one of our biggest responsibilities on this board is adopting a budget in June, and that's what I was looking at. And so I'm just not sure if everything is rolling up the way it's supposed to, and so I think having a conversation on this is really important.
So I would propose moving this specific 1.9 until May for our work session so that Director Thompson can speak to it. And then we can perhaps talk about board budget and all the other things so that we can have a more relevant discussion.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah.
It seems to me like, well, first of all, putting specific numbers in the board policy seems like prescription for us having to mess with this every year. But having a set policy that says that we will review the board budget in detail every year, and that, we will set goals and that kind of stuff is obviously appropriate. So it seems to me this is one of those policies that we absolutely have to come back at least 1.9 and restructure to put, I think that the board budget needs to be on the agenda every year. Just in some way to have it there that says to the taxpayers, we've looked at it. There's nothing makes people angrier than spending too much money on governance. And so I think it's our job to look at some of that and see how it works. And the variance between the budget and the actuals can be great in some circumstances, both ways. There's areas where we're spending a lot less, and I appreciate that. There's areas where we're spending somewhat more. And so this policy has to be rewritten to require that review is my position on that. And I agree, moving this to May makes a great deal of sense.
Great. Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I'm fine moving this to May. I don't know if I necessarily agree we need, as a board, to pay that close attention to it since it's a small part of our entire district's budget. I think the treasurer owning it and maybe giving us an update or a memo makes more sense, but that's how I kind of perceive the board budget.
Great. I think that's a good idea too. Yeah, Director Meek.
Yeah, so I kind of went back and forth with having those dollar amounts in the policy. My impression is it's for transparency, right? I do know when I first started the board, we would get monthly budgets, right? And I have concerns that we don't talk about the budget. Like, I think we need to have a conversation around what the budget should be. And then if there's any variation, something is outside of the budget that we adopted, it needs to come back to the entire board to make a decision. Like, we own, this is our budget. Like, we're deciding how much do we want to invest in our professional development, how much do we want to invest in polling, how much do we want to invest in, really critical areas. And then there's what we need to pay when there's elections, which we really have no discretion over, right? We have to pay that. So I've looked at other districts' policy language. Some do include the level of detail. Some include in their assessments afterward who went to what, conference and, that level of detail. I think we need to figure out what's the right balance for the level of detail to provide. But what I did see in other policies that I think is missing is what is the approval process, right? The treasurer approves everything that fits within the approved budget, or whatever that process looks like. I think it's really important. Other policies I've seen, the board will talk about it quarterly. They look at their budget quarterly during board meetings to see, are we on track? I think we need greater transparency around the budget and the process that we use.
Okay. Anything else? Go ahead.
So I know we'll talk about it later, but I was surprised to see para information in here. So I'm wondering, are there paid staff that are in the budget? And Superintendent King, you don't have to answer this now. If you don't want to, it's just you offered earlier.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I was thinking. We will have to get back to you on that.
Thank you. I just don't want, we're volunteers, just so you know. We all volunteer
Not
to
getting
have this
para.
job.
Yes, okay. All right. Well, great. That concludes that part. And so I think Director Weiniger and myself will go ahead and change hours and get those on for the consent agenda at our next meeting. And then we'll just push Director Thompson's until the May discussion. And so then the last thing that I would say is that looking at the next ones that we had mapped out, were GP 1.3 board president responsibilities and GP 1.4 other board officers. Do we have any volunteers of anybody who wants to take one or the other or both for May?
I'll take 1.4.
I think it would be conflict of interest if I did my own.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so Director Geiger will do 1.4. Does someone else want to take 1.3?
I can do 1.3.
Great. Director Myers will do 1.3. So for the May meeting, that would be great. Yes.
Do you want to assign the last two and then, I mean, because people could get started whenever, if people are willing to take
And those, for the June meeting, 1.5, agenda planning, and 1.8, board members' code of conduct. So, do you want the board members' code of conduct, 1.8?
Which was that? I'll do that.
Okay. Director Moore will take that one, and then we have 1.5, agenda planning.
I'll take that one.
Great. All right. Moving on to then number 11, where we're going to talk about the revision of board ends and executive limitations. We had an opportunity at our board retreat to talk about redoing the ends to be a little bit shorter and more efficient. So, Mr. Blair, can we pull up the draft board ends, please? No worries. And then I'm going to hand this off to Director Meek, since she is the one that did the bulk of the work around this particular portion.
All right, I will try to give a little background. Didn't realize I was going to do this earlier, so I didn't really think about it too much. Just for context, at our February retreat, we took a look at our end statement, and we've been talking about, as a board, is there a way to perhaps simplify from the current end statement, which is 2 pages long, and has overlap between the what's called executive limitations and the ends. And for those who aren't sure what that language even means and what the role of the board is, so we're really here as a board to ensure accountability, right? So that was kind of why we just had that previous conversation, to direct the organization. So that's what the end statement is. The end statement is our direction to the superintendent on what we see as the outcomes, what the outcomes should be for this organization, right? And then the third piece of our governing is protecting the organization. Like, what do we need to do to ensure that unacceptable operational situations and conditions don't happen? That's executive limitations. So those are those chunks those types of policies that we talk about. So for the ends, it's what do we want to direct the organization? What benefits do we want to see for whom and at what cost? Like those are the elements. And so what's up here on the screen is really that 2-page document where the executive limitations are stripped out. And this is just the outcomes that we want to see. And it's meant to reflect everything that existed before, not this is what I think it should be. It's kind of a starting point for us to have a conversation in whether we are tracking the right outcomes that we believe we need to track for the organization. And so I feel like the AI conversation earlier was a really great conversation, and I was taking a lot of notes, and I was looking at the end statement thinking, are there things missing from this document, right? And so I feel like that's kind of a good starting point if I could ask all of you to look at the language here and think, are we capturing the outcomes that we believe are important for students to have to be successful in a world where AI is a common everyday tool?
If you would like, we can have the IT folks put up those McKinsey skills, if those would be helpful to look at.
I think that's a great idea. If you guys remember on that presentation, that slide.
Thank you. Seven, you said? Thank you. I did. I think the workforce readiness.
I think looking at 1.1.1, we could certainly add in some language.
Around digital skills.
Yeah, around, that's what I'm thinking, something with digital.
That was actually the one thing I was thinking too. So digital skills maybe is the right verbiage. And if you remember the way this works, we say the high level, right? We think digital skills are important. And then superintendent will say, well, I interpret digital skills to mean, and I'm imagining the superintendent would then dive into talking about digital literacy, digital learning, digital ethics, a lot of the things we were talking about earlier tonight. So we don't have to get into that level of detail, but the level of detail of digital skills, I think, would be appropriate.
Yes, I like adding that in there for sure. And I think we have the other ones covered. Self-leadership, I think. Attitudes to lead a healthy, positive, oh, Superintendent Kane, chomping at the bit.
If I might suggest, the staff has a little bit of feedback on some of the adjectives, and our biggest feedback would be, or our most significant feedback would be to maybe consider narrowing those adjectives down, because each adjective, such as safe learning environment, accessible learning environment, thriving learning environment, et cetera, I believe, if I'm understanding the process correctly, will have its own interpretation with its own indicators and evidence, almost like each one of those is a monitoring report. And so for what it's worth, the ones that, just from our feedback, that we feel might be difficult to interpret and monitor, or might be better suited, rolled into something else. Attitudes, physical needs, appropriate to their age. Could just be learning ability. How we were also thinking through how we would assess essential health and wellness. So for what it's worth, as you're looking at maybe adding from this, maybe it's appropriate to consider replacing some as well. So just for our feedback. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, might I suggest that the superintendent maybe goes through her slides?
Yes, that's literally what I was just going to say.
Yeah, I think that will help us think through how we want to refine things, because what we have in here is exactly what the superintendent is saying she's going to need to report back to us on.
Sure.
And then I definitely want to get back to our conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Mr. Blair, we keep having you have to go back and forth over here, so we'll do the presentation now. Thank you.
Hold, please. We will be right there. Okay. So as you know, Mr. Reynolds is our data evidence expert. So Mr. Reynolds and I worked together to provide some sample interpretations. And thank you, Director Meek, for spending time with me to help me get my head wrapped around how to do some sample interpretations to demonstrate what this would look like from our end. So Mr. Reynolds and I chose safe learning environment and thriving learning environment as the two that we would dig into to give you a sample of what an interpretation and the associated evidence might look like from an operational organizational lens. So I'm going to start with, so for starters, our interpretation, we would basically pull out each of those adjectives. And actually, if we were interpreting the whole thing, we would start from the bottom, working our way up so that whatever is left in that all-encompassing paragraph that wasn't already covered by our interpretation from the bottom up is what would be interpreted from that paragraph. So pulling out safe learning environment, that's literally one word of that paragraph, but it would be all fleshed out as one thing. And so this was just our crack at trying to give you an idea of what it might look like. So compliance will be demonstrated when students and staff perception data report feeling safe at school. Additionally, the physical environment is in compliance with safety and maintenance standards. And compliance will be demonstrated when every school has at least one dedicated campus security officer or campus security staff and access to a school resource officer. So, we kind of broke that safe into three different things. And then example indicators might be the TLCC and Healthy Kids Colorado survey on the perception data side, industry standards and looking at the MCP on the physical environment side, and then staffing, of course, on the others. And so in the next couple of pages, we broke out those three. So this just gives you a high-level idea of the metrics. And then we took each metric and broke it out. So this all comes from the one word safe. And so we set targets. So compliance will be demonstrated when 85% of staff and 85% of students feel that their school is a safe place for students to learn on the TLCC and the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. And then we talked about the rationale for picking those metrics and for picking that particular target. And the target is chosen as a starting point. Positive trajectory is probably the most important aspect. And then we flesh out the second indicator. And again, 100% of our buildings, having all of their high priority tier 1 needs met. Because those, again, are the needs that could close a school. The high priority are the ones that could close a school. and 80% have high priority tier 1 and 2 needs met according to the master capital plan. Additionally, 80% of DCSD buildings are in compliance with local code ordinances, and that percentage is increasing each year. One of the things that Director Meek and I spoke about when she was consulting on this was our interpretation is your ends are going to be aspirational, and therefore our interpretation are going to be things where we're going to be partially compliant. And so we had a discussion about, so that makes the superintendent and the organization partially compliant because we're not yet in compliance with those aspirations, and it could be a decade before we win enough bonds to be in compliance, or whatever it might be. And so, there was just some discussion about, we need to feel okay about that, and we need to know that you feel okay about that, and just kind of having that common understanding that, anything that's aspirational is the right thing to do, and by definition, it will mean in superintendent and organization monitoring, the organization will be partially compliant for a while, maybe a decade, as we're working towards going into compliance. But that's where our strategic plan would provide a plan for getting into compliance for all of those components. I hope that made a little bit of sense, just as an example. Director Meek, did I hit everything?
I mean, hopefully that makes sense, the way the monitoring is supposed to work, where you do have a rationale, like, here's what the metric is, like, this is an outcome. So based on TLCC, Healthy Kids survey, X% of students will say, I feel safe at school. And so we're able to look at that, and then the rationale being that exceeds the average or whatever it is, but the superintendent is giving us her recommendation for why that metric makes sense. And it really helps us not have to talk through stuff. Like, we get reports, they're backward looking, it's monitoring the system so that if things are not adhering to where we feel it should be, we can have conversations. And the idea is you have a couple of metrics, 2 or 3 metrics, based on the most important elements, whether it's safe learning environment, whether it's accessible learning environment. So that's kind of what we're going to be asking of her with the language in the end statement. Is that making sense? But if you'll notice, it's outcome data. It's not, we do this and we do this and we have all of these opportunities. It's actually moving to outcome data.
And I'm so sorry.
Sorry. What is the process for reevaluating that outcome data, or for the board to have say in that outcome data?
So we're essentially saying whether or not we find the superintendent's interpretation to be reasonable. Okay. Would a reasonable person find this to be acceptable based on the policy that we have given the superintendent? Okay. We always have the ability to change policy language, right? If we feel like we need to go deeper or explain something more, but it's not, I don't like the numbers. It's based on, is this a reasonable interpretation of this? And outcome data.
So actually, just a question for you, because this would be an ongoing process and you would be partially compliant. How do you feel that staff and everyone would feel always feeling like you're never quite there, or at least for a while?
So thank you for that question. I think as long as we all have a common understanding that there is a plan to get into compliance, but it truly is that strategic plan element that could take a decade. But the other comment I would make is, in selection of targets, rationale for targets, do we want to set realistic targets given where we are, or do we want to set aspirational targets where we want to be? in a decade or whatever it is. So that's also, I think, a piece of this, because if we set a target, for example, that says 100% of our buildings will have their high priority tier 1 and tier 2 needs met, which is truly what would have to be done to truly have that safe environment. There is zero possibility of us being able to be compliant with that target without winning not just this bond, but it'll take another bond. And so that's where we need guidance as well on if we are looking at realistic targets or super aspirational targets.
Yeah, I think that would be my concern. Like, how are we evaluating that? Are we looking as a board to say we're making improvements, so that's what we're going to look at, or?
I think it needs to be realistic targets. I think there might be some where you want to push more towards aspirational, but I think realistic is how you're truly monitoring. And it's also demonstrating to the community the needs in certain areas and just the realities. And if this board decides that we need to move resources from one area to another area because we're not meeting targets that we feel like are really important, then that's the board's conversation to have. I mean, that's what our job is to allocate resources. So I would say realistic is the way to go. And, as I'm looking through this, trying to simplify things, under 1.1.1, we have workforce readiness. I think we track that already under our CMAS scores, right? Under the workforce readiness is part of our performance framework. Is that correct?
So post-secondary workforce readiness is limited to high school, and that would be looking at SAT, your graduation, your dropout rates, and matriculation rates. It would be in that subcategory at the high school level.
So the question is to us, is that enough for workforce readiness, or do we feel like we need to call it out more directly and see additional data? So, I mean, that's just a conversation that I think we could pare down if we wanted to. The understanding of the essentials for health and wellness, is that covered under some of our standards that we have?
Is it covered under standards?
Yeah, it would be covered under standards, but the trick would be what metric would we use to show student attainment of those standards? That would be the next level of questioning there.
Yeah, just to add to that, so yes, it is covered under standards, and since you don't call out specific standards in other places, that might be an area where you could simplify.
And then when it comes to attitudes, I wonder if mindsets is the right word. And I wonder if, I know a lot of districts are going to portrait of a graduate or profile of a learner, where it kind of gets into some of this. And I don't know if that's an area that, the superintendent is thinking about doing or not, but, the digital promise, this is just a really good resource that provides a lot on mindset, skills, and practices. And I'm just wondering if any of this dovetails with this language.
If I may, back to the McKinsey report, I really should have just put it in this slide deck. It would have made it a lot easier. But back to that McKinsey data, one of the headers was leadership, self-leadership. So I wonder if perhaps instead of necessary attitudes, blah, 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 I wonder if there's an opportunity to refer to one of those high-level areas, such as self-leadership. And truly, just to add to that, our tagline is learn today and lead tomorrow. And if we are trying to build leadership capacity, we want our kids to be the leaders of tomorrow. I think that's an important word. That's just my 2 cents.
So just to make sure I'm tracking, maybe what you're suggesting, students require the necessary self-leadership skills to lead a healthy, positive life that enables them to become a contributing member of society. Okay.
And that has metrics.
I like that better anyway.
One more.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think
Discussion.
1.1.2, students grow in their cognitive. I feel like cognitive and social emotional are also captured in the McKinsey report, if I remember correctly.
Yep, I have it up. Cognitive is. And then interpersonal, which we also have in 1.1.1. So cognitive is in 1.1.2, and then the interpersonal is in 1.1.1. And then we were going to add the digital skills in 1.1.1.
I'm not clear what what is 1.1 group, what is 1.2 group? It seems to me like if we're going to have those two divisions, there should be a clear that 1.1 is about skills. This is what you need to live. Or is 1.1 about skills to make a living and to participate in community, and 1.2 skills to live a good life? It seems to me like there's a significant overlap in 1.1 and 1.2, and I want to be clear about what those are, or make it clear that 1.1 is dealing with a different group of skills and abilities than 1.2 is, and I don't know right now that we've done that. I think this is essentially one run-on sentence with numbers in the middle of it. And so I'm trying to figure out what our categorization of those two groups is.
I feel like 1.1 is more tangible,
Yes,
and 1.2 is a little bit more intangible.
which means that perhaps health and wellness moves to 1.12?
May I?
Go ahead.
Perhaps you could consider moving interpersonal skills to 1.12, and I believe that the health and wellness piece might not need to be there because it's covered by the Colorado academic standards, for what it is worth.
I'm also trying to figure out, since we are now dealing with the output of social media and literally suing social media companies, at least getting ready to, I don't know if we filed the suit yet. Is that in interpersonal skills? Is that, kind of the area that we're going to try to look at? I'm trying to, without adding a bunch more adjectives, because I can always add more adjectives.
Let's not do that.
I think,
Self-leadership.
yeah. I would either in leadership or in interpersonal skills. To me, the social media issue is as much interpersonal skills. I would agree that moving interpersonal skills and something about wellness, it makes sense to move to 1.2. And part of it is, how do you present to the public? That's 1.1. How do you taking care of yourself is 1.2.
Very good. President Williams, may I?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to add that self-leadership fleshes out into mental health and wellness regulation, et cetera, if that is helpful.
Yeah, Director Geiger, I kind of struggled thinking of the structure as well, and then I started to say, okay, these are skills, and then these are knowledge, and then it kind of all starts blending together. But just to kind of, so I do think we need to do some reworking here. If you look at the statement in bold at the beginning, that's called the umbrella statement, so everything falls under that. Because we want to be more specific, we're actually doing 1.1, calling out the knowledge and skills. 1.2 originally was based on the character, so explaining character, right? So this is kind of the original thinking and structure, but I agree we need to rethink and change the global statement to fit what we need it to fit. I hesitate to take out health and wellness because I do think it fits directly with mental health, which is, again, one of the most important areas that we need to think about as well. And so I definitely feel like keeping health and wellness makes a lot of sense with mental health concerns and also with social media concerns and other areas.
But do you think that that is covered in 1.2 where we talk about social and emotional needs?
Covered so that we don't have to call it out specifically? Is that what you're saying?
Right, well, I just think we, in 1.1, we just say health and wellness, and then 1.2, we say social and emotional needs. So is it overlapping? Do we want to take one out and use the other, like just say health and wellness? Or do we want to just, leave it as social and emotional needs? Or do we need to do all of the above? I just don't know that we need all of it.
If I may.
Sure.
I think there's a phrasing issue in 1.12. Students grow in their cognitive needs. I don't think that's what we mean they should do. I think we mean that they grow in their ability to address their cognitive, social, and emotional needs, right? We're missing, I don't want them to grow in their emotional needs. I don't think that's what we intend for them to do. I grow in their ability to address or ability to deal with or anything like that. I feel like we're missing a verb somewhere in there. That the best I've got, grow in their ability to address there or something like that. That again gets back to essentially these are the skills we want in 1.1.
I like that. Instead of saying emotional needs, say skills. So just the students grow in their cognitive, physical, social, and emotional skills.
Other than that, is 1.1 about skills and 1.2 about results? That, again, I struggle with that, Cognitive skills, physical skills, social and emotional skills.
Still, some are tangible skills and some are not.
Internal skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have
Yeah.
any feedback?
We were thinking that perhaps you might want to just list out for the moment, rather than crafting sentences. Maybe you just want to list out the skills and needs that you want to see met at a really high level. And then once you've kind of listed them out, you can figure out how to categorize them and craft them into sentences, just a suggestion.
I think that's a great idea. So I think what we've talked about so far, self-leadership skills, interpersonal skills, social and emotional skills, cognitive skills. Those were the ones that what I think outlined in the other. What we haven't talked about.
I'm sorry, that's just 1.2 that we're talking about right now?
Yeah, I'm not even thinking about numbers, just skills at this
Okay, so we
point.
also talked about digital skills.
Yep, and digital skills, thank you. So what is missing in all of these other areas? Physical. So physical is something that the staff recommended maybe is we could streamline and remove that. I'm wondering what people's thoughts are.
Well, Director Geiger, you had mentioned civic responsibility. I don't know if that needs to be in this or not, but.
I like keeping that in because I think part of what we're supposed to be doing is raising good people that work in our industry. Global awareness, I like independent living skills, but I'm trying to figure out how the superintendent is going to measure that we've increased meeting the physical skills. Is that, how many state championships we have?
No, well, you mean the independent living skills?
No, the
global
grow in their physical and physical.
Oh.
Yeah, if we're going to call this skills, as much as I appreciate the state championships in all the various areas, I think that's a difficult metric for everyone given the variety of students we have.
If I may, President Williams.
Sure.
That is exactly why we called that out as a potential area to consider collapsing, because, we can certainly provide you with the percentage of students that participate in sports and the percentage of students that have taken at least one PE class and the percentage of students that have gotten a waiver because see column A, but those are all part of our baked in requirements. I don't know that you need to call it out separately at this level, but that was just our feedback.
So taking out physical altogether. Okay.
I'll continue. So workforce readiness. Do we feel like we need to call it out separately? Or do we feel like the fact that it's part of our, I see Director Geiger shaking his head.
Go ahead, Director
I think all of these describe workforce readiness, because like McKinsey's workforce readiness skills are all the items that they listed were cognitive interpersonal. So that might be go into our sentence building, is workforce readiness, not
Move it
necessarily
up
a
into
skill.
the top, the bolded, the umbrella statement, moving workforce readiness up into that statement.
Yeah.
If I may, President Williams?
Sure.
So we could even say something like, with workforce readiness skills, including cognitive, interpersonal, self-leadership, and digital. So that way you do make it an umbrella, but it's in that particular area, would be one approach.
Okay, good. Global awareness, what are we looking for with that specifically?
We're not talking about passing a geography test,
I
right?
just don't know how we measure half of this stuff. I mean, it sounds great to put on paper, but if we can't measure it, or we can't somehow demonstrate publicly that we've accomplished it, it seems really difficult to have it here. And I'm not saying I have a solution, I'm just saying my observation is that this is really difficult to clearly demonstrate without.
Right, and I think that our goal is to be a little bit aspirational, right? And then ask that the district comes back with interpretations.
But how?
But how do you measure?
How do they measure some of those?
And global awareness, I don't know how you would measure that besides looking at CMOS or, I don't even know if that's gonna tell us, but. What are your thoughts on global awareness and keeping it versus scratching it?
I can imagine that we do some level of measurement on it, how many students are taking, foreign languages and that kind of thing. But I don't, world history and that kind of thing. You can cut, just because you can imagine a way to measure it doesn't mean that's an important thing that we measure. And I agree with you on that, Director Moore, is that
What do we think we mean by global awareness? What do we mean by it?
What does that mean? What are we looking for?
I'm not wedded to that language at all.
Do you know the history of how global awareness became part of the end statement? I'm just curious.
I was here when a lot of these were constructed, and I do not recall. I think that everything in the kitchen sink is something that maybe to be cautious about. And as Director Moore and Director Geiger pointed out, that is one that we would have some significant challenges with figuring out how to really accurately measure to report to the public.
Well, and I wonder, how many schools do we have in the district that are IB? There's your global, that's your international baccalaureate. We don't have that in every school. To have that, and that's particularly what that is a global type awareness.
So as I was doing some research with the digital promise work, right, and some of the other skills that were listed, sometimes they'll say care for and contribute to society, collaborate across differences. Like, this is kind of breaking down some of those skills, and I wonder if we're capturing, some of, that's why I was wondering what the background was for global awareness. I have a feeling it maybe came from community conversations a long time ago when community members said, it's really important that we have students that are globally aware, and it's really important. I'm thinking that's where it came from, but I wasn't 100% sure. But I just wonder if, I think our goal is to come up with some really concrete words that we have outcomes and we demonstrate progress. And we can always add to this list. And I feel like if we are trying to, I'm an international business major. I believe in global awareness, but I just wonder if maybe this is something we eliminate for now, with the idea that we'll add it back later if we feel like we need to.
I agree with that. I just think it's hard to measure. I'm not really sure what we're looking for. All right.
And I do feel really strongly we keep civic responsibility.
Yep.
I think we said that, right?
Yep,
Okay.
we are going to leave that. Independent living skills. Go ahead.
So this is one that might be challenging to measure and might not be something that we can gain 100% attainment on. Is that fair? You have anything to add?
So I guess my thought around that is more like fiscal responsibility. People know how to manage a checkbook. I'm not sure if we want to change the wording or if we need it in there at all, but I do think that there is some value into making sure that you can be good fiduciaries, yes.
Well, one of the, I think, goals for this year was looking at financial literacy as whether or not it's something we want to embed, and I wonder if the superintendent has an update on that.
You are correct. We have presentations already outlined for the 2 tasks that the board asked us to report back in May. And that includes current state of financial literacy was that request. And then the other request had to do with consideration of weighting honors classes. So those 2 requests were made early on. I do know that when former President Peterson spoke about independent living skills, I think he was really thinking about truly those skills to live independently that every single student, and especially our students in our bridge program, for example, would need to attain. So I think that it was intended probably as an inclusive piece. But again, we would really have to think through how to measure that.
I think if we phrased it more like life skills, then we could talk about how we're affecting bridge, how we're teaching financial literacy. I think digital information, using the internet, using digital skills is a life skill. I think that there would be room in there for interpretation. Again, you don't have to deal with every life skill in your interpretation. I think there are areas in life skills, rather than independent living skills, some of our kids aren't ever going to be independent living, that would give you some room for how you would interpret that are measurable. That, to me, includes our CTE programs.
Yeah, Director Myers.
Isn't it kind of the goal of a teacher anyway, from kindergarten through 12th grade, as we're teaching our students, that we're not only are we teaching the knowledge, we've got the skills, but hasn't it always been that we are empowering our students to be able to live independently upon probably graduation or whenever that time comes? That's all a part of education, is having those independent living skills, separating the kids to be able to go out one day and have the workforce readiness. all of those, civic responsibility, I mean, even global awareness, although we might pull that out, but definitely we have to have our kids, we can't have them living home at 40 years old. They have to have independent living skills.
I actually, in adding to that, perhaps this seems unrelated, but it's not. In looking at a lot of the research and a lot of the data, if you look at the percentage of high school seniors that have a driver's license, 20 years ago, it was like 95%. Today, it's like 47%. If you look at the percentage of high school seniors that have been on a date, 20 years ago, it was 85%. Today, it's 43%. The percentage of high school seniors, there was another one that was really good. I only say that neither dating nor driver's licenses are necessarily the school district's lane, but I'm only saying that in that there is a mountain for us to climb as a society to help our students with those interacting with each other's skills and encouraging them to do the things that will help them grow up, such as a driver's license. It's hard for me to even fathom an 18-year-old without a driver's license, but a driver's license or dating or just all of those things. Anyway, I know that's kind of unrelated, but it's just a little food for thought as you're thinking about things like life skills.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, just being a little bit more specific about what we want there, because it can be so broad. So I think that to your point, Director Geiger, we can still talk about the kids and special needs and how we're moving them forward if we're talking more of a fiscal responsibility or financial versus independent completely. But I'm open to thoughts there.
Again, I'm not opposed to independent living skills. I think life skills gives us more range to talk about what our kids need and how to proceed. But the idea that a lawyer's telling you to use one word instead of two, you should take that rarely because it's not going to happen a lot. But I think that modification might give some more range to talk about what kind of skills we think are important.
Or do we take it out completely?
I'll just argue the point. I'm not saying I'm right, but I get that a lot of these terms were placed in there with good intentions. And all of them are very important and aspirational. But for these to be an end statement, if we can't effectively and staff can't effectively measure it, then this is the wrong place for it, I think. And sometimes less is more.
Agreed.
And if we could come up with a couple of defined terms that are measurable, that kind of meet some of these in concept, even though they're so broad that we can't define them specifically. I just feel like we have a lot of aspirational, very important things here, but it's really impossible to gauge these. A lot of them, most of them.
Okay, well. All right, so then we'll kind of put that one on the table here. We'll just move it to the side for a second, independent living. And let's talk about digital skills. We had a big presentation tonight. I think it's super important to put that in. Thoughts there? Yeah. And that is more easily measured.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just moving to the next one, and an understanding of essentials for health and wellness. So what did we decide with that? Are we moving that down, taking it out?
If we're gonna keep it, it should be in 1.12.
I think we're just talking about the different skills currently. Do we want that in there at all?
We are teaching mental health skills. Yeah. That is an absolutely vital thing that we have to do. Whether or not we should be, whether or not that's our, in the years, that's simply become our job.
But we already have social and emotional, so do we want both separately, or
I don't need that we need health and wellness, but I think social, I would kind of put it in 1.2 between cognitive, mental, and social.
President Williams?
Sure.
So just in the McKinsey report, and if you're thinking of kind of a waterfall of staff's interpretation, under self-leadership, one of the categories is self-awareness and self-management, including understanding one's own emotions and triggers, self-control and regulation, understanding and owning strengths, self-motivation and wellness. So for what it is worth, those skills are included, at least in this framework,
right,
under self-leadership. So in terms of staff's interpretation of self-leadership, it would include those elements, if that's helpful.
So it would already include if looking here on the McKinsey, it says, understanding your own emotions and triggers. So do we need to call it out separately then in this? Director Meek.
Yeah, I think it fits within the self-leadership skills and fits within social and emotional skills. And it's part of the academic standards. So because it is part of our academic standards, I think we could eliminate that. And when we're looking at the interpretation of what we want to measure under self-leadership skills and under social and emotional skills, we can make sure we're looking for mental health outcome data.
So taking out understanding the essentials for health and wellness and moving those into the other two categories. Okay.
Eliminating understanding because it's already covered.
Mm-hmm. So really, we currently have moving workforce readiness up into the umbrella statement. And so the only ones that we have right now are civic responsibility, digital skills, and we haven't decided on the independent living skills. Those are the only two that I have in that per specific, because they've either moved or we've eliminated them. Does everyone agree with that?
And 1.1.
Yeah.
And we took out the interpersonal skills.
Well, nope, I'm going to get to that in just a second. So then, all right, so then we're going to move into the next one where we talk, I think we need to leave cognitive. Is everyone in agreement with that? Okay, and then we are going to put instead of physical word, well, not instead of, they're two totally different things, but putting mental there and like crossing out physical. So it would say cognitive, mental, social, and emotional needs. We're also going to put interpersonal skills in there. But I do agree with what Director Geiger said earlier. I think we need to change the words in this particular sentence because saying grow in emotional needs is not, I don't think, what we're intending to say. Or grow in, so in your mental needs, we need to figure out perhaps a different adjective instead of grow. Understand, just different thoughts there.
I think we need to really think about restructuring a lot of this.
Thing, yes.
I think as long as we can kind of land on the elements that we feel are most important to be included, I think we could have maybe two of us work on a rewrite and bring it back to the board for consideration.
Okay, so let's do that. So then let's just leave, we'll do cognitive, mental, social and emotional, and then interpersonal skills. And then in the last one, instead of saying, we'll say something to the effect of students acquire the necessary self-leadership skills that enables them to become a contributing member of society. Something to that effect. But The biggest words that we'll make sure are in here is digital skills we will add somewhere. We are going to leave the civic responsibility, add in interpersonal skills, self-leadership skills, move workforce readiness into the umbrella statement. So those are some of the adjustments that whoever does this will look at changing. How does that feel for staff?
That feels great. My only suggestion would be that workforce readiness is not so much an umbrella as in the umbrella statement. It's an umbrella over cognitive, interpersonal, digital, and self-leadership, because this McKinsey information was compiled literally from workforce readiness. So it's sort of more of an umbrella for those 4 things in particular.
Okay.
And I'm sure as you guys flesh it out into 1.1s, et cetera, that will come out. My other just piece real quick is, Mr. Blair, can you, never mind, I can do it myself. I don't know why I'm asking. Just an FYI, we also broke out thriving, and this one is something that is very important for us to have this conversation with the board as we are developing a potential bond plan. So that's one of the reasons we were really motivated to break out thriving. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix. And this interpretation, you don't need to worry about the metrics, but this paragraph, I think is really important for the board to know this is how we would interpret thriving, and kind of if you all feel it is a reasonable interpretation of thriving, that helps us inform our bond plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Director Geiger.
Isn't this also part of, and I think it's included in your language, isn't this also part of our plan in the North Planning area? I mean, this also addresses whether under-enrolled schools.
Correct.
And how, what impact under-enrolled schools have, and are you able to thrive with 250 kids in an elementary school, correct?
You are correct, Director Geiger. That's why this is so important. It speaks to, for example, in the North Planning area, if this is our interpretation of that word thriving, then perhaps we need to look at, in the North Planning area, if we need to have as part of the bonds making changes to the destination school building to ensure these things are true. It'll take a long time to get to this rather aspirational interpretation. But if it's a direction that the board feels is a reasonable interpretation of thriving, then at least we can start to flesh out how it'll take us a decade, but how we would get to this place and what it would take to get there.
Great. Anything else on that? Sure.
So this really is the one area that feels more aspirational, right? This is our vision, right? And this is what achieving a thriving would look like. I feel like everything else is really more current state.
Correct.
And right? Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
But it's also the type of thing that we can look at improvement. We can look at trends. Is that a thriving school is X, but we have more schools that are thriving. We have more schools that are meeting those needs. So I think this is the kind of thing where we can establish clear metrics on how we're getting better.
Correct.
And how we're approaching that. And that's one of the goals should be not just here are our metrics, but are we good enough now, or what are we doing to move forward? And this thriving is something we always aspire to, but I think using this interpretation, I think there are ways to evaluate whether we're getting there.
Yes. Yeah, that's definitely part of the rationale. And in talking about the actual metrics, we can look at realistic metrics for a year in the rears, but the interpretation itself is, to Director Meek's point, extremely aspirational, but it means a lot of things. Like if this interpretation is considered a reasonable interpretation of thriving. That means that we are committed to bringing ourselves to a place where our kids have updated and modern learning environments, where our student support services continuum of services is offered in each region, where we have PK in every single elementary building. All of those things will, over the next 10 years, require periodic investment in our schools. So I think that's also something that's important to understand as looking at a very aspirational interpretation. And it feels like the right thing to do to me, but that's what that interpretation of thriving is there for.
Okay. Good. Oh, so I didn't know if we wanted to talk about how we're gonna.
So I think the area we probably haven't touched on, do we want to keep safe, accessible, thriving, welcoming learning environment? So that language, again, as the superintendent was showing, each of those would be measured, right? Safe is required in a mission statement. Safety is so important. I don't think we should even consider removing safe, right?
Right.
You've shown us thriving and have kind of explained how important that is. We also have on here accessible and welcoming. And so accessible, I tried to map some of these in my brain, like how would this look? What would this look like? So for accessible, you know, so having a neighborhood school within a certain range could be one measurement. Seclusion rates were a big topic in the last conversation or the last meeting. I know I was just trying to figure out what the right accessible ones would be. So I do want to talk about that. Welcoming was easier for me. So with welcoming, there's data that's already collected on the Healthy Kids survey. So compliance is demonstrated when X% of students who feel like they belong at their school. So that sense of belonging. There's also questions, students who report that they often or always enjoyed being in school over the past year. You can track students who report skipping one or more whole day of school during the past 4 weeks. And then that kind of gets us into the chronic absenteeism topic, which is everywhere in the news. And then we actually, accessible. So we have our bus routes,
I
right?
actually just wrote
And
that
so those metrics, I think, are really important. So I would advocate keeping all of these. I don't see anything that we can't have outcome data on or aren't important, but I just wanted to open it up to everybody else.
I agree. I think accessible, there's a lot of different things. I mean, we could look at the bus routes, we talked about AI earlier and the accessibility to technology and that sort of thing.
Our career and technical education programming
Right.
is accessible to every student regardless of where their home school is. I think those are all really important as well.
As well as accessibility to center-based special education programming, making that making that accessible across the district. I think accessibility, at its most basic, we're also required to provide appropriately accessible buildings, which has been spelled out in the master capital plan, concerns about that as well. So I think accessible is absolutely vital.
To everyone's point, thriving is a little bit more aspirational versus the other ones are a little bit more, this is what's going on now. And I think welcoming, you could put that under safe, but I'm fine calling it separately as well. So I'm good leaving all of those there. Okay.
So who's going to write it up?
You want to do it? You can do it. Yes, okay, we'll do it together. We can, yes. Director Weiniger and I will take a stab at it. And we can maybe bring it forward again at the May meeting. And we'll talk more as we get into the retreat too. And this will be something that we can do, we can put forward. Actually, maybe we should try to have it for the next meeting because we're going to be meeting with educators on the 24th. And this will be we can put it in front of them. So if we can have it for the next one. So I think, yeah, we'll do that for April. All right.
Sorry, it just keeps going away. Thank you.
Yeah, SAG will be here at the next meeting too, but we can have something
Director
minimal.
Williams,
Okay,
can I ask you a question?
sure.
Just so I understand this being new, is this new draft end statement will serve in place of G1, the entire list of end statements, or does it
Yeah,
replace it?
It would replace G1 end statements. And
So
so we would just literally be, shortening from this
1 through
2-page
5.
document, we'd be putting into that
Okay.
one, yes.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I understood. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, and so we have now been talking for 1 hour and 3 minutes. And we put a total of 100 minutes down, so we have about 37 minutes left to start talking about the executive limitations. And I think that Director Meek, those were what you came to the board with that we evaluated. Am I correct?
Yeah, just to be honest, I haven't had any time to devote to the executive limitation piece.
Yeah.
But I think that is like another next chunk of
So,
conversation.
I have a couple thoughts because it is a lot. And so I think maybe just like we've done taking these out and assigning them to different directors and then bringing them back, it might be easier instead of trying to have a 6-person conversation where we're trying to cut apart and, pizza slice it. It might be easier if we divvy them up a little bit and then we can come back separately, with drafts of perhaps, I don't know, it's just a thought. Instead of trying to go through these, it seems a little overwhelming. Yeah.
So I'm happy to volunteer to take it on because I do think it's going to be important. It's consistent across.
Okay.
And, I'm happy to give a first draft out and have everyone react to it. The way the language is written right now makes it really hard for monitoring to happen. They're meant to be restrictions on the superintendent, not direction. So the ends that we just walked through, all of that's direction. Like, this is what you will do. And we're going to look at outcome data to see that the organization is achieving results, right? The executive limitations, it's a different animal. We're not here to dictate how the superintendent protects the organization. We're here to say, don't break the law. Like, it's written differently. And so I'm happy to take that on. It just I haven't had the time
we
to do that
discussed
quite
that.
yet.
I just didn't know.
I'm just
it
worried.
Seems like a lot to.
Yeah,
for
it's
one
not if
person,
I can
unless
just
you-
get a chunk of time to kind of hammer it out. And I
Okay.
just worry that if everyone's writing them differently, they won't
I
quite
agree.
align. That's all.
Do we want to move this to just so that we can have it for the retreat? Because I would hate to say let's
Yeah.
put this for May.
Yeah,
And we have to
think
know the ends before we can talk about the limitations.
no, limitations are pretty standard for an organization. They're really meant to just say, here are the boundaries. Like, stay within these guidelines, and you can do anything you want to do. It really is just, this is what you cannot do. You can't operate without a budget, right? There's guidelines, and those are pretty standard. There's not a lot of creativity to it. It's the writing of the ends that takes a lot of time and effort because it is a little more unique to an organization and what we want to see happen, if that makes sense.
No, I think that's great. So it's more of what you can't do versus this is how you're going to do it.
Mhm.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that? And we'll just revisit this at our board retreat if that works for you. If it comes up sooner, then great, but I think that if we do it at our board retreat, I think that's a good place to do it. And then Director Weinerger and I will try to take a stab to get a good draft for April so that we can send that to our educators. Does that feel good? Okay. Then we will move on to item number 12, the Board of Education reports. Our next Board of Education regular scheduled meeting is April the 23rd. Agenda planning for that meeting is on April 11th, next Thursday, at Inverness at 10 a.m. The board also has a meeting next Tuesday evening with the former MBEC members so that we can get survey results from the results or the survey results of the bond questions that we have sent out. So that will be a good meeting for all of us to be a part of. That will be here. And then interest forms have already been sent out to educators for the meeting that we will be having on the 24th as a board with all of our educator or any educators that would like to come. So that has been sent out. So we'll start getting some feedback and then we can get the questions that we want to specifically ask them out to them before the meeting. I went to the DAC meeting last Thursday. Superintendent Kane came and spoke on the accountability task force. We also heard from the calendar review committee and talked about next steps there and how that moves through and eventually lands at a board meeting. And then my favorite part of the meeting was public comment. We had one public commenter. And I don't know if you remember, but a couple years ago when we did the first mill bond 5A, 5B, there was a young man that did a video with the pouring of buckets, and he was an elementary student from Northridge. His name is Simon, and he came and did another public comment at the DAC meeting, and he asked to interview DAC members so that he can put out a video that kind of informs our community what DAC is, because he said that he would come home and his mom was part of the SAC, and it was like, what's SAC? Mm-hmm. And so he just wants to get out there and try to help us, teach the community about things that we do and opportunities that parents have to be a part of the district and help serve. And I thought it was really great, and I feel super special that he advocates so hard for our district, and he's a remarkable young man, so that was awesome. And then the Apple Awards were Saturday night, as Superintendent Kane said. There was good representation from the board, and I want to say not only congratulations to those who won Apple Awards, but also all of the nominees. We have such amazing staff and educators in this district and so much to be proud of. And the energy in that room was just really overwhelming on Saturday. So it was really great. So that's all I have. Director Weinerger.
Yes, agreed. Apple Awards were fantastic. The catering was really delicious as well. So good job on that. And I actually have a lot that happened since our last board meeting. I attended Partnership of Douglas County Governments with Director Geiger. I had to step out early, so fill in wherever I missed, but we had a presentation from Douglas County Housing Partnership. It was, part of it was about resources for first-time home buyers and what's available in Douglas County for them. And then we also, as a group, went into conversation about importance of developing affordable housing in Douglas County because of our high cost of living. And we have so many people who work here who their salary and their pay is just not enough to afford it. So it's not Section 8 housing, it's just affordable housing and just how this Douglas County would need it. We also had a presentation from Douglas County Youth Initiative, which Director Myers is part of, so just what they've been up to this past year. And that was really cool, yep. FOC, we were supposed to meet on the 15th, but with the snow, we had to cancel it. So we are meeting this month, and we have agenda planning, so we'll go over if we'll need to redo what was on that last meeting. And then I had an MBOC meeting last week, finally, because we hadn't met since September. And a big topic of conversation was that they give us an annual report. And so they were just figuring out the best time to do it and just what they want on the report. So they were thinking probably at a June meeting. And then the next time they'll meet will be to go over that final report, and then they'll meet again in September and probably February. So depending on, this November, what ends up happening or what doesn't. So those are the updates from my committees.
All right, we'll start with Director Meek.
So let's see. We had a student advisory group on March 25th, and there was a calendar presentation, and students had the ability to weigh in on that. We actually talked about policy JIH and received some feedback, and it's on my plate to share that with all of you. I use the electronic feedback system, so they can just type in their feedback. And so I need to share that. We actually had a presentation as well from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which I missed most of because some students wanted to give me additional feedback in the hallway. So I'll let Director Myers share more on that if she has more to share. That was March 25th. March 26th, attended the Sterling Ranch Solstice meeting, community meeting. I felt like it was a pretty good turnout for that conversation, lots of engagement from the community, lots of offers to engage in the process moving forward. So that was great. March 28th, Director Williams already talked about the DAC meeting. The only thing I would add, did you mention the accountability task force conversation? Okay, I missed that. Apple Awards were amazing. It's always just so much fun, and to see the energy level. The Legacy Campus is a perfect venue for that. And it was a wonderful celebration. Today, Director Myers and I did a little bit of, had a conversation with the adult leaders for the student advisory group looking at planning for next year. And I think we are really thinking about how can we elevate student voice in a really meaningful way, where we tie in the student voice to some of our work, especially around AI and social media, and actually having students be here as part of the presentation to the board when we're talking about some of these topics. So that was a great conversation. And unfortunately, I won't be able to be here in person for the MBEC meeting on April 9th, and I'm wondering if that's something that can be attended virtually. So I don't know if that's possible or not.
Can we get back to you?
Yeah, and it can be a later conversation. That's it for me. Thanks.
Director Meek. I'm sorry, Director Myers.
SAG meeting, March 25th. It was this past Monday. We just know our students are getting prepared for their presentations. They will either be to the Board of Education or to the cabinet, depending on if it's operational or policy. And we're really honing in on how our SAG is going to start looking, with really a lot of input from Director Meek, and so we can hear that student voice. And we did. We had some good presentations Monday night. I'm sorry, Director Meek, I was writing some things, as you said, when you had stepped out, but I think you got everything. Same thing, Apple Awards. It's phenomenal that we have, I didn't get to go last year, but the year before it was at the Vault. It's so nice to have our own place now and to be able to accommodate so many. And it's just an exciting night for all the teachers and everyone that's there. So it's a great thing. I'm just proud of that we have this facility. DCYI, Douglas County Youth Initiative, on the 29th, we will have our awards ceremony for our kids with, that have been through pretty trying things in their life. They are actually going to have another first ever DC Youth Leadership Summit. I'm trying to look when that is, but it's pretty soon. It's like on a Saturday, April 13th. So I'll be going to that for a little bit. And as Superintendent Kane said, Thursday we went to Lehman Academy and had a tour. And I guess their person that will get money together that was also, we had quite a crew. We actually had the Grandparents for Kids reach out and ask if they could go on a tour. So gosh, I think there were 5 or 6 of them. And I think as a group or something within Douglas County would have the ability to go and visit some of our schools. It has to be planned, and I think we're even looking into doing a little field trip to go to some of our other schools so they can see our neighborhood schools. And then shortly after that, Superintendent Kane and I went over to the Highlands Ranch Rotary Club meeting where she did a presentation regarding a possible 5B. I think that everything was well received, especially, and even back to the Apple Awards, after my husband heard the data of how well Douglas County is performing. And even at the Highlands Ranch Rotary, they just were amazed. It was phenomenal. They just were a group of my people, as they say, my age group. So they want to hear this stuff. They're interested. And I think we were both kind of astounded at the number of people in that group that go out in our schools and volunteer. They honored a student from STEM. And they do that, I think they do that once a month at their meetings. They honor some student within Douglas County. Right after that, we went on to Arrowwood Elementary to a science fair. And in the past, I believe it was Superintendent Kane, Assistant Principal Sarah that was with us, and talked about in the past, it was kind of a low turnout, and they had 75 participants. And so we were there when the kids came in, and the third graders were able to talk to us about their science project, and some kid blew up his cloudburst thing, so he didn't get to do that anymore. But we kind of enjoyed it. So, and it was a pretty full day that day. So I think that's all I have.
Great. Director Geiger.
As Director Weniger mentioned, we went to the Douglas County Partnership of Douglas County Governments. The only part she missed was both Superintendent Kane and I gave updates about what was going on with the district and talked to them somewhat about our concerns about the potential new school financing formula and how it might work. That also required some education of other members about how school financing works. Director Kane and I both talked briefly about potential for 5A. Of course, she's better on her soapbox than I am, but I thought it went pretty well, was pretty well received in general. That is a group that is extremely concerned about increasing property taxes. And so it's a good bunch to talk to about our needs and that kind of thing. Long Range Planning Committee meets tomorrow. I did attend the School Capacity and Boundary Analysis Subcommittee meeting last week, where they were reviewing some potential boundary changes in Southeast Parker, as well as the Sterling Ranch area. There's another subcommittee meeting before the LRPC meeting tomorrow to talk about some issues about that. These are all areas where there are no current students, but we're trying to rearrange some potential students into Trailblazer perhaps. We're discussing Roxborough. And then in Southwest Parker, talking about Gold Rush Elementary and its future and where we can move some other development up there. The bottom line is we keep getting presented by staff that there are areas where people are going to be putting up a lot of houses, and we're going to have to keep figuring out which schools work for each one of those until we can figure out how to build a new school. So that's the long-range planning is the NERD committee, and they're proud of that. The school capacity and boundary subcommittee is the selected most nerdy group of that bunch. And so it was a very technical, very interesting discussion. It was well handled by Siobhan, or well handled by staff. We've got a great deal of information, and we'll probably bringing the proposed SLIP changes to the board in the May meeting.
Director Moore.
Director Geiger mentioned we have LRPC tomorrow, and safety and security is also tomorrow. I have not participated in anything since then, other than Director Meek and I had been working, and we've mentioned it before, about the polling effort that we had provided some input on. And I believe the poll is done, and between now and the next board meeting, we'll receive some data that we'll get to discuss, but that's about it.
All right. Well, then moving on to item number 15, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So move.
Second, okay, motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. Meeting's adjourned.